Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Did you wake up? And I hope you wake up very soon. So, welcome to my Excellent Toolbox tool we create today. And, well, let's just get started because I don't like PowerPoint. So here we go. Well, the sponsors, can you say them? I can't say them. Well, we love them. And we get another one as well, and we love them too. They're great. They pay everything for me. But who am I? Just very short. And I need, maybe we should do this. So 50, what is 50 for me? No one knows. I'm actually that old. I'm 50 years, that's crazy. And 25, what do you think then? Well, I've been a consultant and working like in this area as well. And 13 years, well, 13 years ago, I started in the Dynamics CRM, and then I've continued in that area. And 8 years since I released my first tool, which is in Fetch XML Builder. That's maybe, I think that's all you need about me. You can probably find me on Twitter and on everywhere online, so don't need to take time about that. I'm also an MVP for a few years and working at Excellent Toolbox. No, I said red. CRMK. Well, anyway. So, what do we do here today? We will create, of course, a mini CRM. Why is that? Well, because we can do it. And if I can do it in the Excellent Toolbox, it's cool to create just a small CRM. And we try to focus on showing you how to use metadata, how to use the data, and how to make the good controls in this old technology we're working with, the WinForms. So, of course, we're doing that. And where did you come from? Well, in 2014, I created Fetch XML Builder. And then I started with the plugin trace viewer, and I don't know. Do we do PowerPoint? I have to. Should I talk about this or read? Okay. I hate PowerPoint. That's it. That's okay. I want to go to Visual Studio. That's where I like it. So, sorry, no more PowerPoint. And we should have this slide, the end slide that says, "Oh, we love all sponsors," but I don't. And there you see how to find me. So my name with a dot in the wrong place. Okay, so we start, of course, with Visual Studio. And we're going to create a tool. How do we do that? I'm sorry, I have to say this. It's white background in the Visual Studio. It's only because for you guys, so you can see better. But anyway, so here we have a project template for Excellent Toolbox. How do you get to that? Well, it's really hard. Listen and write it out. Well, you go to Excellent Toolbox, you go to the documents, and then you see all developers. That's we, all of us, right? All of us. Thank you. And we'll find the plugin, or the template for the project. And there's a lot of text. Don't read it. Just click this and get it from there. We already had it. We have it already. So then we go. Let's create a new tool. Let's create our little mini. Oh, you know, by the way, I've done a few sessions like this. To make it harder, I only work with my left hand. Ooh. Thank you. There we go. Mini CRM. And do you know from which country this has come, the Excellent Toolbox? He's kind of scary about French things. This is why. Well, after it's loading the project, it will say, "Oh, this is from French." So you have to say, "Yeah, I trust it." So okay, now we have it. And you see, there's actually, we get, like from the default, we get a tool, we get like a few demo tests. And we could just, oh, we want to run it, of course. Run it, see if it compiles. Yes, it compiles, okay, but we can't run it because it's a DLL. You can't run that. So how should you do instead? Let's go to the documentations. So when we go here and find developers, and there's something, debug our tool. And we get some information. There's how to, so it will move the created plugin to the right folder. And it does that already when we just use this template. And also, we should say to it, run the external toolbox.exe and send a few, like command line to make sure that use these local files. So I'll just do this, and then we go here, and we'll find these, and the debug, we set the external toolbox. Dev lab, mini CRM, dev, yeah, it can take some time, but I'm sorry. We're doing it live, so it will take some time, some things. There's external toolbox. Run that, and command line, that text. Oh, let's try now. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Okay, you haven't woken up yet. You will wake up, I promise. Okay, for once and only once, I will not get the update. I'm sorry about that, but it takes like 2 seconds extra. There's my tool. It has like a default name and so on. I just use that. It will connect to a organization. It's not there, and I will have to click new and find my password. No, I do not. You do never. No, you do never do that. We use our existing files we have. And how do you wake up? Do you have coffee? Okay, here's Jonas' stuff. And I use that, and oh, here we see everything. So I'll connect to Jonas Space, and we'll see, we can run it, and oh, we found 13 accounts. Okay, it works, great. Now, let's move on. This was just seeing that it works to use it, at least. Now, I'm sorry, we're going to take a bit of time, like 2 minutes, 1.5, with this whole plumbing it up so we have what we need to create the coolest tools. So we will say that we need to make it on Git because we need another repo as a submodule. We have to create it on Git. We do just like this, and then we take something awesome to add to this as good helpers. And what is that? Well, it's from me, I'm sorry. I'm not selling this, it's free. And I have probably a good link there as well. So it's Rapan XTB helper, I like that. And then I'll just copy this on how to add these. Submodule should be possible to just click it in here, and let's get cross-shifting. We do like this in Sweden. You do like this or something. Do this. Huh, it's there. Okay, just F6. I don't use the clicks so much. If I can use it just with the keys. So I clicked Control F6. Wow. And it compiles fine. We have now retrieved it. It works. And one little small thing. We should add this shared project that we have added to this tool that we created. So this is the last boring things, but then it's the only fun. And we'll find this, and see we have these 2 folders, 2 different shared projects that are this for XRM. have a general XRM helps, and then another one that is specifically shared project for the XRM toolbox. These are added, and we say that our tool is having these as a reference. If I can click in the right place. And F6 again, oh, it builds. So now we can start do the fun things. Let me just remove these. I don't need those buttons and so. Want to just, okay, what do we need to create a CRM? What's the first thing you do? Good morning. You select which table or entity that you want to see and yeah, good. So I'll just add a panel to put panel to put them in the top here, and there's be a little bit of the UI things that we're doing, but it's another session that we're having today at 15 and never, no, don't. But I will have it another time. So just gonna set, let's see, doc. Yes. I have to go flip back and forth between the, if it's alphabetical and how it's ordered. We have it there in the top. And now, let's see if we have something for XRM. We have a bunch of tools there, or controls there. We see here it's something for attribute, a few different columns, and there's data grid and entity combo box. Is that the one we want? Thank you. So I will put this one here. That's very small. So this is just like a combo box. You've just added a little, know what the entity metadata is. So other than that, for all others are just like any combo box. So I'll just make sure we do this one. And also, sorry, I don't change the name. We should never have this name, but oh, I'm lazy today. Okay, so now we have the combo box for the entity or table. How do we get that? Well, we do it when the control or when this tool has getting a new connection, either when you start it or when you change the connection. So we can say this as an we have, it's not yes, connection update. That's an event on the tool itself. So this is implemented by Tanguy so that we get this for the new connection. So when something's happened, I should set the entities. So of course I go to get entities like this, and it's done. No, of course it's not. It should be we should also create this one. And here we should get all entities. How do we do that? One line. Ooh. Thank you. So, well, let's see how we make that one line. We'll say XRM dot data source. Data source is a standard property of these, but now we can send it to a link of entity metadata. That's kind of awesome. And I know we can get this if I write load entities. There's some things I know because I've done it so many times, and there are some which I don't know because I get this. You see the red things under. Then control dot use some extensions from my tools there. So just do it like this, and then we see what properties does it have. Does it work? We'll see. Sometime it's behind. Crossing. Whee! Okay, so here's a shitload of entities, but okay, it works. It's a good start. It's a good start. I think so. So you know if you do. The next thing we really need here, because from the old CRM and today Power Platform and Dataverse and so on, it takes time. That's the first thing we know, it takes time. So we need to do this async, how to call this. And so that you see that something is happening, doesn't just froze and everything there. So let's start doing that. And there's a worker sync that's in the external toolbox, sort of the parent of this. So if I call this and it want, so now I'm just gonna, I have to sort of write and talk at the same time. This is really hard. So we should call this and we'll see here. What do we send into it? We have a message, of course. We need to say why are we waiting for this? Well, message is load, and the I don't spell correct, but that's okay today, because it is a demo. And the work. So this is actually what is done in another thread. So we can send it something. You can do it like this in one line or almost, and say how. So we have send it to work and some what do you call it? I will have to see what it says then. Arguments is an args. Okay. And do it like this, and we get this method. So this is where we do what takes time, and we should have also a afterward, and when it's done, we should handle it like a post work, and send only an argument. And that's it. And now, so from this, we should now move what we have done here, should move it to this instead of when you're getting all the metadata, do that when it's work, and afterward, when you're done, use it to the XRM entity, the control there. So I'll just get this, and set like this, and here we can say args.result equals this. So it does this, and when you're done, getting done from another thread, gets back to you after that, and you get the response there. And I will take this here. But we need to check. Is it an error here? There are always errors here. Well, maybe there could be. So we need to make sure that it is, we know if it's correct. So if r.error not null, then let's just show an error message. So show error message, something in the action toolbox that does it all for me. Actually, would I create it? Anyway. And if it's not a problem, not error, then do if else and see if the result is of right type. So we need to make sure that you get the right result from this. So a.result not null, but let's just say if it is, what should it be here? It should be an I and can someone say this word? Thank you. And the metadata. And it's probably red as well. Oh, shit. Since I have to use something else. There we go. So now I can get back. And then we could say, okay, this is the result. And I will use this to actually set to this control. There we go. and remove that. So now we should get like a yellow banner that shows up there to show you what it's doing. And you have to look fast, actually. Oh, damn. That was very fast. Let's try once more. Are you looking?
Yeah.
Don't blink. Ah, okay. I'm glad that you see. Okay, now I think we're done with getting the tables. Because, I mean, it's doing good now, showing it with async and so on. No, we're not done, are we? Are we working with all thousands of tables, or should be able to filter it some way? We should be. So just add a checkbox here to say if it's a managed or not managed, just to do that to make it easier. Checkbox. Like this. We add this here. No. And we try again. Checkbox. There. And we should set it with a name. And say, if we click this, show managed. Okay, and I should change the name. I didn't. I'm bad. And add, so when we click this, well, of course, get entries. Get them again. And then let's add this, because this result here contains all tables. Now I'm going back and forth between saying table and entity. Live with it. So I go where, no, like this, entity, and say that either, I mean, if this is checked, check box. So if it's checked, don't care anymore. If it isn't, then let's check if this entity is unmanaged. So we take e dot manage something is managed equal false. So, okay, so now that's a very easy way to actually filter these things. Just checking this. And now we have, okay, these are like 6. And if I click it, there's a gazillion. Okay. That's good enough for me. Now what? To get the views. Sort of, how do I show these? Well, we need to have a view first to get to what is the actual query to retrieve those the data. So let's just say when I have selected an entity or table, we just double click and use the default event there. So when I've selected something, do get views. And it's done. No, it's not done. We have to start this, and it's not working, doesn't do anything yet. So the first thing is, of course, to check which entity do we have. So the one that I've selected is, let's see, xrmnt dot selected. What do you have here? Oh, the selected entity. So that's one little thing that's added from these XRM controller. So now I know which entity has been selected. Of course, I have to check that it's a null or not. If it's, I just do like this. So if it's not null, then we can sort of get the views here. How do we get the views? I mean, the entity that we're showing, that's metadata. And now we're going from metadata to data. So it's kind of in the between, but technically it's data anyway. So to get these, of course, you don't sort of start to write your own, but you use a tool to get how to find the views. Oh, that's another cool. And wow, that's already, it's done. Okay, I've created a query. Just get views, name and fetch XML, and only where they have a fetch XML for if they're null. Some are null, which is strange, but don't show those. And also where the returned type code which is also, which entity do you want to get them for. And in this case, they select here, just as an example, one, which is account, but we'll sort of change it a bit in the code. I could just copy this and work that way, but I want to use it a bit better. So here I can actually get the C# code. And I won't take the first one, because that's was just for the account that I'm using here for as a demo for the query. We get this one, and we get in here. Just put this in here, and we see this is of course red because it's one. I removed that in here, and this is something that I cannot explain. I hope you can. You should, when in query, we said 1, a number, and here we can send it instead a logic name. So now it will be said account, and in the query we created, it was said it's a 1. No idea why, but it works. Yep. Okay, so the query is done for what we shall do, and then we should do something with in async, of course. Again, we always do that. And to save some time, I'll just copy this and remake a bit of that. And do it down here. So it's not loading entity, it's loading views. And it should get it well, not like this, it should get it like retrieve. Well, retrieve multiple, that's normal for getting the data. And what do we add? Well, of course, we do the query. So now we can get all the views. And then we handle it, well, the error, handle it in the exact same way. And if the result, that's not the type, it is an entity collection. So if it works, you will get an entity collection. And then, well, we don't have any way to put it into what do we do with the view. So let's see here again for Auditorium. We have, in this case, I'll use a lookup, which means it's pointing for some entity. And we have these entities here. We have the views. They have only 2 columns in this case, but it works now. So let's create this and make it. And this is also a standard Auditorium toolbox, which is good. Yes, thank you. Jesus, you're sleeping today. And I should set the name properly, of course, and then we can say, I should say it has, I like when they go like gray and say we can't write in that. If we check this, so we have the different things here, we can set, we're gonna add a few different properties that, well, I've added. We can set a column, which column should be shown on this, and so on, and specific display name, if we want to show both the name and then something else and so on. So you can use this in a few ways. And actually, when you don't remember, then you can go, there's actually some documentation. Wow. Well, it's crazy. Yeah. So here we have something about that control, and it can either be used to a record that you're connected to and just show this column. Or you can say, well, we don't have a column, an entity like this, but we have loaded it by itself. So like this, I have a retrieve multiple for it. So this is the case where we have to add a bit more. We should need to set it to a service. We need to set it to a service that you're connected to so that it knows how to find which entities are used in this one, and so on. So there it is, and we have the code here. And I will start with doing this where I said that we have a new connection. Well, set the service up there so that it is already there. Service. Now it knows who we are connected to. And then say here, well, I should probably not do anything just like that. So if you haven't write anything in the display name and so on, it will just take the default, which should work. I hope so. Let's see. Ooh, thank you. So if I select...
I think you have to run code box.
Sorry?
The code just it's right to run code box.
Let's kill that.
Because, yeah.
You're using the entity combo box then.
Did I write something wrong in the code? Oh, damn.
Never happens.
No, this is a new one. And now we go into the debugging. So, what did it say I did wrong?
That line. So towards the bottom of the code, the other bottom.
Here. Oh, XRM. There we go. Quite easy. And we'll see. We should get a few views. Please do this thing. Or this. Whatever. Woo! Okay. So retrieve the metadata things for the entity and the data things for the views. And this is boring. That's not a CRM. Gotta be better. So, but I think the next thing, the third thing is just show the data, right? So let's do that. I'm gonna split. I like the split thing. Because we can have like in two ways. So we could have the data grid view. It's also a standard grid view with a bit. We understand XRM things. I'm sorry if I always say XRM, but it's always been XRM, so that's what you call me. And we could have a data source, so we don't do it this way, but we do it in the code. And let's make it doc as a full. So it's everywhere. And we see there's a bunch of different properties for this one. We won't look all the details, but I'll just do some show friendly names and don't show the ID and so on. Which means we're not now using how to lay out the views that we're using, but we're only using the actual query from the views, in this case, because that's for another lesson. So now it should be possible to set the data here. And we need to set also the service so it knows what you're connected to. If you don't set that, it will only show just raw data, and we want to be able to show friendly names and so on. Which means we go here and set the same thing for those. Now let me show the right one and service. There we go. So it's setting the service, and then when I select a view, it should retrieve all the data and show it for me. So I go again for only the default. I don't. Visual Studio is a bit stupid on me sometimes. It just adds another controller. Well, I'll just get the default. What happens there? We do the get data. A little bit of this code looks good now. So I have my own methods to do things. Well, anyway. So, okay, this should get the data in the same way as we did with the views. So I'll copy and paste. And I'll just tick all of these, and let's see what we'll need to change it. There. There. So it should, of course, get, what it should get is the fetch XML. So do we have a fetch XML from the view to actually query? Because I've already retrieved those. So, well, this is, let's just look. Fetch is, and get it from the, take away all these. And now it's starting to be hard to actually find the names of the controls I have. That's bad. You should see do you see it's bad? Bad. Yes, thank you. And I have something select here where I have a selected record because it's not just a text or anything. I have actually a full entity that I've selected there. And it may be null, of course, so then I go get data and string should be, and say that fetch XML. Yes, I know that's the name of that attribute. So if we check that we have actually added something, if it's not null. So now I have the query I should ask to the server. Which means I don't need anything about the query. Let's remove that. And let's say in this get load in data. And well, we don't have the query. What do we do then? I think you said the right thing, but I heard nothing. Fetch XML and with the fetch. So it was quite easy. Thank you. Then check when it's done, is there an error? Is it an entity collection? And then just change this to XRM data something dot data source. Are you ready? I'm kind of nervous. Actually, it was so fast. It's faster than the rest. Well, actually, because it has defaulted to the first one in this list. So, yeah, we should always add something for the UI. But let's see if this is the all records. They are there. Now, a little bit of woo! Thank you. Good morning. Okay, so I've retrieved the tables, I retrieved the views, and now I show the data. But it's not usable for anything. I can show it. I can have it on a text, on a paper at least. So you can't really use anything. So this is next level. We have a little thing here in the XRM control, or the tools, that's called a record host. What's that? Well, I didn't find a better name, but this will hold one record. So basically, it could be used for selected view, it could be selected for the data that we're showing us also. So remember this entity right now, and use that and sort of connect these to other controls and to use it to save and so on. And that's so. Let's just add the basic the text up here. So in this, I should use. I want to show the default attribute or column for this whatever entity it is, and we can see here that we can say that okay, this is connected to a record host. So this is the one I have, and then I should say okay, which column is this connected to, and I could say just the name, but that's kind of stupid, and it will crash for my rockets because they don't have no name column there. So I will use this from when selected the entity. I can say, okay, take this primary attribute for this one to show this in this field. Are you with me?
Yes.
Ah. And when do I get this? Here's when I get the entities. No, that's not. It's when we have selected an entity. So here we have selected an entity. Then I know that, okay, we have an entity, we can find which is the primary attribute and show that and set this to this text box. So XRM text something, column. Which column should we show here? Entity dot primary name attribute. You see all the code I wrote. It's like it's nothing. Okay, now it's standing like this behind me. And this is faster than the rest, but I will click. I want to rockets, so that's fun. And let's show all of these. So I missed something. I think it's the service, because it doesn't know which attribute to show. I think it was for the XRM record host. We need to set this code some is for the old ones that we got from the default, but here we should set this for the record host, and it's the same thing there. So it's a bit you have to add a few more things and remember what to do for them to actually work out of themselves. No. Okay, here we go into the second debug. So it isn't working for some reason, because it should say the name here. It should be showing there. Let's see. So why is this? I shouldn't be able to set a service on this one because I'm connected it from the text to the record host. So that's enough. I've never selected the record host. So when I select something in this data grid, I should be able to say, okay, take this one and set it to the record host. So we put it here and check on which events do we have. I will go to the end. We have some special, the XRM entity or events. Record entered. So it doesn't matter if you click or whatever you do, but when you've done this, we should be able to set the record. Just say the record it should have is e dot, the entity. So that's in the event from that happened here. Okay, now it should work. I don't do this anymore. It doesn't help. It says something. Okay, so we can select which entity, which table you want. And so it's updated. When I'm moving around here, it will update, and it's showing the name attribute also. And this is actually the finally things that we're going to, when we're making it from not just show you things, but for actually having read-write also. So I'll just add a very simple, stupid button. Please. And of course, it should say save somewhere there. So let's try to actually, when we've updated, the text is there for the name, we want to save this. Which is, of course, just when we click it. So I will do, this is a bit silly, because it's just a one-liner again. The record dot save. There's also, let's actually add a bit of the async, because saving, that will take time. I mean, loading takes time, and saving takes a long time. Well, depends on how the cloud is feeling today. Work async, ta-da, new work sync. There we go. And the message, save. Oops. Work. I love Visual Studio. It kind of helps us. So you wrote this last time. Do you want to do it again? Yes. Just tap, tap, tap. So this is where it does. It's done. So let's say return also a what happens, because you get a bool. Just a very simple true if it's been updated, or false is if it's if nothing has been changed. So we XRM. There we go. And then finally, after this, the most I'm missing is end and the home button. I love those. And what shall we do afterwards? We shall do if I don't care about the error, but I do if the result is a bool and this bool result, and so if you get a true back, we should reload the data. Just a very simple get data. And a semicolon and last. Have like 1.5 minutes. This is the time. And let get show all. And here's Apollo 11. Let's write it with the numbers instead. Did I say it takes time? Correct. At least the first time. Well, okay, now it's 11:11. Apollo 11. That time. But I don't like that, so I don't want to be XI. So, that's it. And we could, there's so much more to show you. Hopefully for next session, I won't. Now, have any questions? They'll have like 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, so you created your own project and you're running it next to Toolbox.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so do you have to add it to the public library, or can you have your own apps with an extra Toolbox?
Yeah, this is not a separate app. It is within External Toolbox because we get so much from the core there as well. I think the time is up, and I will be outside or something, and we can talk about it. So, thank you.
Well, welcome to this session at Scottish Summit about Azure Stack HCI. And yes, I've said Azure, not Azure, even though we're in the UK. It is a point of contention, it is an annoyance for me, but I've settled on Azure versus Azure because I've decided that it's a proper noun, it's a name. So Azure is how it should be spoken, and so I will say that. It's not just because I spend so much time with Americans that I say Azure versus Azure. So apologies to the Brits, but that's where we are. I am delivering this session about automating Azure Stack HCI with MS Lab and PowerShell on behalf of Jaromir Kaspar. Sadly, Jaromir cannot be here. He fell off a horse, literally, and so wasn't able to attend. So I have jumped in to try and save the day. I will not do as good a session as he would have done, but I will do my absolute best. Before we get going, I need to say thank you to all of the sponsors of Scottish Summit. Without the sponsors, we would not be here. So thank you to Microsoft, thank you to HSO, thank you to Proximo 3, Docs42, PwC, and AIS as well. And then on to Companual, Cloud Thing, Experian, Incremental, who are local and just down the road, I think. DQ Global, ATEC, Tisky, and Squared Up. And Squared Up I actually know as well. I just poached one of their folks from India into my team. So great company, great people as well. I'm not going to linger too long on myself, number one, because we're running a few minutes behind and we only have a short time to go through this, and number two, because you don't care. But just to give a brief background, I've been in the IT industry for about 20 years. Some of this is contextually relevant, by the way. I'm not just ego inflating here. I've worked in 5 or 6 industries in my time in the IT industry. So I've worked in banking for Royal Bank of Scotland. I've worked in newspaper publishing, DC Thomson, the biggest newspaper publisher still on Fleet Street. I've worked in service providers. Today I work in Dell, working in the Azure Stack product group, making Azure Stack HCI. For the last 7 years I've been focused on the Azure hybrid space. I thought 7 years ago when Azure Stack was first announced that is the direction I want to go in. And in that time I've been awarded the Microsoft MVP Award 5 times as well for my work in the community, promoting, talking about Azure Stack HCI as well. If you want to tweet, then I am on the socials at Kenny Lowe on Twitter, so by all means talk about the session if you want. But without further ado, let's talk about my team first, because I'm here presenting on behalf of Jaromir. Jaromir is one of those folks in my team. I have presented the wrong deck here, I have just realised, so I'm going to have to break out and switch to the correct deck. When I was preparing, I downloaded the deck and it cut off halfway through and it corrupted, so I downloaded it again. This is the correct one. Here is the team. So while it comes up, this is a global team and we are focused on basically being the field-facing arm of the Azure Stack product group at Dell. This is a team of real community experts and evangelists, people who know the product extremely well. In the Americas, we have Michael Wells and Matt McSpirit. Matt was formerly at Microsoft, has been the face of Microsoft Hybrid Cloud for many years now, and Microsoft Mechanics and other things there. He has joined us recently. In EMEA, we have Lisa Clark, Jaromir Kaspar, who sadly can't be here, and myself. All 3 of us Microsoft MVPs. And then in India, we have Jayant and Samir. Samir, who runs Experts Live India as well, so very deep community focus there as well. All of us really embedded into the Microsoft Hybrid community, and all of us here to really help people understand why Microsoft Hybrid Cloud. And before we can talk about why Microsoft Hybrid Cloud, we have to think about what is Azure. Where is Azure? Azure is, well, there are over 70 Azure data center regions now. That's more than AWS and Google combined. They span the globe. But these are very specific fixed in-point locations. And there are many reasons why people cannot move their workloads into a Microsoft data center. And note that I'm saying into a Microsoft data center, not into Azure. Because Azure, as a concept, as a platform, is phenomenal. I am an Azure MVP. I love Azure. Logging into the Azure portal, managing my workloads in there, deploying specific services, working with Logic Apps and Azure SQL and Azure Functions and Azure App Service and all these things. These are the ways that I get things done. And up until the not too distant future, not distant past, the only way to do that has been within the context of a Microsoft data center. So you've had to go to a Microsoft data center to deploy your workload in there to take advantage of specific features. And it's those features that people love, it's not the location. And so I want to first of all decouple in your mind the concept of Azure being a location, Azure being a Microsoft data center, to be Azure being a concept, a platform, a thing that you use to get something done. And that really is the goal of Microsoft now for the past 7 years now, has been to decouple Azure from Azure. To not just think, if you want to use the cloud, you go into a Microsoft data center. No, it's if you want to use the cloud, it's where do you want to use the cloud? And that's the way to think about it. And Azure as a control plane is a really powerful concept. Actually, there is no concept of enterprise control plane as an IDC category. I think there should be. So when you go into IDC, you should be able to say who are the leaders in control plane as a service. I think Azure would be an absolute leader in there. Log into the Azure portal and manage your workloads anywhere. And through Azure Arc, you can manage workloads basically anywhere. But Azure Stack HCI is really the extension of Azure into the on-premises data center. It's the concept of, I want to use Azure, and I can use the Azure portal, but I need to run my workload somewhere that isn't a Microsoft data center. How do I deploy that infrastructure? So Azure Stack HCI is an on-premises infrastructure, but it's designed to be Azure hybrid by design. Designed to be by design, as it were. So yes, it is an Azure service. So when you log into the Azure portal, you will see Azure Stack HCI as a first-class citizen in the Azure portal. Yes, you can manage your Azure Stack HCI workloads in the Azure portal as well. And yes, we're starting to get some of those rich, deep, interesting Azure services running inside Azure Stack HCI as well. So this is not just an IaaS play, this is not just running virtual machines. This is when you want to run things like, again, well, actually every single one of the things that I mentioned earlier, plus more. So Azure Logic Apps and Azure SQL managed instances and Azure Postgres and the app service and functions and Azure Kubernetes service and a whole load more coming to Azure Stack HCI, and Azure Virtual Desktop as well, which I'll touch on in a bit, which is pretty awesome. But all of this designed to run where you want it. So same services, same experience, where you want to run it. And one of the interesting things that Azure Stack HCI unlocks is actually not just the location, but actually a price performance conversation as well. Because when you go into the Azure portal and you go and deploy some services, it's incredibly easy. It's also incredibly easy to spend huge amounts of money. And I don't know, let's have a look. We can do this. We can go to the Azure cost calculator and have a look and see. Oh dear, this is extended, not duplicated. There we go. Azure cost calculator. Because when you want to have high performance workloads, that's where cost starts to ramp up. If you want to log in there and start using some kind of services like Azure Functions and Logic Apps and things like that, that can be an incredible cost saver. In fact, I run a number of Azure Functions. I run URL shortener within Azure, running in Azure Functions, and it costs me absolutely zero. If I wanted to run that same URL shortener on premises, I'd have to have infrastructure, I'd have to manage it, I'd have to feed in water with power and cooling and the data center and so on there. Azure Functions lets me do that for free. Fantastic, one of the wonderful ways to use Azure. If I want to run a high-performance SQL database workload, and I want to run that in native SQL, so I want to deploy a VM, deploy SQL 2022, and I want to run that as high performance as I can, ridiculously high performance, that is going to cost. And it's not just going to cost from a VM perspective, it's going to cost from a storage perspective as well. So let's just have a quick look, because it's always worth actually seeing what does Azure say about this. So if we add a storage account, and let's just say ECUS, fine, that's one of the cheapest ones. Let's take some managed disks. Let's go for Ultra because we want to have fast performance. And let's say 8 terabytes, that's not a vast amount of storage, but let's go with that. Then how much is that going to cost for 8,000 IOPS? That's nothing, by the way, 8,000 IOPS. Well, what's the maximum you can have? You can have 160,000. Okay, let's do that. That's the maximum. You're looking at $9,000 a month. $9,000 a month just for the storage. What if I told you that, well, let's calculate this. What if I told you you could have Azure Stack HCI running on premises, delivering Azure SQL, so the same Azure SQL managed instances, for a fraction of that. So for 1 million IOPS, we'll say, so we got 160,000 there on our 8 terabytes. For 1 million IOPS, we're talking probably a 3-node cluster at $10,000 per node. So that is 30,000 for the cluster. That's going to run over probably 3 years. wait, that's just the cost of it. That's it, you're 30K there. We were $9,000 a month just for storage and for about a tenth of the performance. When you're talking cost performance, on-premises wins every time. The reason the cloud has won in the past is because of features and capabilities and things that you don't get on premises. Azure SQL Managed Instances give you some phenomenal features. The scalability, being able to scale up Azure SQL Managed Instances just with the click of a button, having built-in backup, disaster recovery, auto-recovery in case of failure. Well, all those things exist in Azure Stack HCI. It's the same service. So the argument for using Azure SQL Managed Instances is Azure SQL Managed Instances in, I can't even say it, MI in Azure versus Azure Stack HCI is not a capability perspective. It can only be a cost-benefit perspective. And the performance you can get in Azure Stack HCI is just literally mind-blowing. The one that I've put up here, the 30,000 for a 3-node cluster, that is about as small as it gets. So that is not thinking, oh, let's have about the biggest Azure Stack HCI cluster we can have. That is saying, what is the minimum? That would be our AX6515s, which are about yay big, literally. That's our smallest one. They're single socket systems, just a few SSDs in each, 3 nodes, well over 1 million IOPS there. Ridiculous. We can do 16 nodes with vast amounts more disks, scale into the many, many, many millions of IOPS there in ways that Azure just can't. So when you're talking cost performance, high performance workloads, there's just no argument here. And it's not that we're competing as well. This is an extension of Azure. This is something that Microsoft has created to solve a problem. So you always want to look at, when you're deploying a workload, what is the right place to do it? Where should I be doing it? And what am I trying to get out of it? Don't try and hit the square peg into the round hole. Azure is wonderful at many, many, many things. At being a cheap platform or low-cost platform for running high-performance workloads, it is not. And Azure Stack HCI is there to fill that gap. Azure Stack HCI is designed to be familiar. So if you know how to run things in Azure, you should know how to run things in Azure Stack HCI. If you know PowerShell, you'll have a blast with Azure Stack HCI. If you know Windows Admin Center, that is your core management plane for Azure Stack HCI as well. And from an architectural perspective, this is kind of how it looks. I like this diagram here because actually it breaks out the cost elements as well. And it's always worth thinking about what are the different cost elements within an architectural platform that you're choosing to use and how is it delivered. So at the bottom, you have your hardware. This is bought from an OEM, your OEM vendor of choice. If you go to aka.ms/Azure Stack HCI catalog, then you will see all the vendors available, aka.ms/Azure Stack HCI catalog. Then you get a list of all the vendors who are delivering Azure Stack HCI. There are 2 different ways they can do that. They can say, yeah, our hardware will probably work, or they say, we have tested and validated this and we definitely know this works. These are split out into 2 categories within the catalog here. There are validated nodes, which is, it'll probably work, and integrated systems, which is, we have tested, validated this, we have a joint support motion with Microsoft, we are doing everything we can to make sure that this will work into the future. And today that is Lenovo, DataOn, Dell Technologies, and HPE have just entered this as well with their GreenLake offering there only. So there are a few options within there, but Microsoft do specifically recommend that you use these integrated systems to run Azure Stack HCI, and that you don't try and just DIY it. When you go to Azure, you're not DIYing anything. You are taking Microsoft's hardware that they have said, this is the right way to do this. We have deployed this, we're managing this, and we're delivering you a service on top. The integrated system is kind of the way we're doing that on premise as well. We're saying, this is the right way to do it, we'll take care of this, deploy it, we'll make sure it keeps running over time, and then you deploy your workloads on top. It's the Azure ethos on premises there, so do not try and DIY things, is my first piece of advice here. On top of that, we have the Azure Stack HCI operating system. The Azure Stack HCI operating system is the OS which runs Azure Stack HCI, as you might have guessed. Previously, to run Hyper-V in Storage Spaces Direct, you would have had to install Windows Server and then enable the Hyper-V role, enable the Storage Spaces Direct role, things like that. The Azure Stack HCI operating system is basically a fork of Windows Server, which splits off and has gone down its own path, basically to decouple from the Windows Server release cycle. so that in order to bring new innovation and new features to Azure Stack HCI, we don't need to wait for a new version of Windows. And the team making Azure Stack HCI don't need to worry about breaking Windows as well when they do it. So instead of waiting for 3 years to get new features, now we'll have multiple features per year with Azure Stack HCI. Think of the Azure Stack HCI operating system as the ESXi of Hyper-V. It is a dedicated OS specifically for running Azure Stack HCI. So you have your Azure Stack HCI operating system there, and so far your cost has been buying the hardware, and the Azure Stack HCI operating system is licensed at $10 or your local equivalent per physical core per month. And that unlocks every feature to run the Azure Stack HCI infrastructure there. So that unlocks unlimited use of software-defined storage, unlimited use of software-defined networking. It unlocks Windows Admin Center for management there. Basically everything you need to run Azure Stack HCI is unlocked with that $10 per physical core per month. That is very easy to plan for and understand what you're getting for your money there as well. Now, like every on-premises infrastructure, once you have the infrastructure up and running, you choose what workloads you want to run on top of it. So if you wanted to run just, for example, Linux virtual machines, that may be your entire cost basis. You may only have the hardware and the Azure Stack HCI operating system, and then run some Linux VMs, and there is no cost for them unless you choose to take out a RHEL support contract or something like that. If you choose to run Windows virtual machines on top of there, then you have a few choices. You can run them, you can license them traditionally. So you could buy Windows Server Standard or Data Center licenses there. You can also pay through an Azure subscription for your Windows Server VMs on Azure Stack HCI as well. So you can license your Windows Server VMs through your Azure subscription and pay for them through that cost basis as well, which for many customers who are using Azure today and extending workloads on premises and are already paying through an Azure subscription, just using that same mechanism is extremely attractive. But it's not all about VMs. Now, I'm very passionate about VMs. I don't think that they have gone the way of the dodo. I think that they are absolutely vital to the vast majority of operations across the vast majority of companies today. But there are also lots of interesting PaaS services to talk about as well. So things like Azure Kubernetes Service, the fastest growing service in the Azure public cloud today. Very important that we have that, and so we have AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, within Azure Stack HCI as well. That is licensed separately, but it's by virtual core of the worker nodes deployed. So you deploy your worker nodes, virtual cores there are charged through your Azure subscription, very easy to plan for and cost for there as well. But it's what AKS unlocks which is really interesting, because if you look at how Microsoft is deploying a lot of the services within Azure today, they are deploying these on top of AKS. AKS is the plane on which many of Microsoft's services are being deployed. So previously it would have been Service Fabric, now they're mostly using AKS. And because they're using AKS to deploy their own PaaS services in Azure, it's a very easy proposition to start deploying those into Azure Stack HCI as well. So if we want things like Azure Cognitive Services or Azure Data Services like Azure SQL Managed Instances or Azure Logic Apps, and I could go on and on and on again, these things can be deployed into AKS exactly as they would be into Azure Public, and then you get the same services. And actually we keep the control plane in public Azure. This is the concept of the control plane of the service there, and the workload runs exactly as it would in a Microsoft data center wherever you've deployed your Azure Stack HCI. And this is extremely liberating. It opens up a vast number of opportunities for many, many, many customers, not just because of regulatory compliance or data sovereignty or latency or connectivity, but also because sometimes it's just a lot more cost effective to run these things on premises as well. And that opens up the question then, this looks great, but how do I get started with it? How do I start playing with Azure Stack HCI? And I've gone a long way around to get to the point of the talk here, which is how can I get playing with Azure Stack HCI today? And if you want to deploy a lab, well, typically it's not that easy, because we saw in the last slide there, you've got hardware to buy. I said about $10,000 per node there. The minimum size, by the way, is only one node, so you can deploy Azure Stack HCI on just one physical server, and that's a supported config. But it's still 10 grand that most people don't have. Even if you want to scale that down, people aren't going to spend £1,000 or whatever on deploying a lab, so it's expensive. Then there are infrastructure dependencies as well. So to deploy Azure Stack HCI, you need domain controllers, and you need NTP, and you need Active Directory, and all sorts of things that you need to be able to deploy as well. And it takes time. It takes time and effort, and people want to get started. One of the wonderful things about Azure is that you can just log into the portal and get started, get playing. It's an incredibly fast time to value conversation there. It's also extremely easy to spend in there, which is another conversation, but it's a very, very quick time to value thing there. And yeah, so in order to deploy Azure Stack HCI, you need a domain controller, DHCP, Windows Admin Center, management machines, potentially MDT, all sorts of different things that you need to have as supporting infrastructure to deploy Azure Stack HCI to get it up and running. And the process to deploy Azure Stack HCI is really you want to rack your servers and switches, deploy the OS, and go through manually a whole host of different steps to get it up and running. It is, I'm not going to say complex, but it is laborious. There is a lot to do in order to get it up and running. Now, there are deployment guides, there is extensive documentation on how to do it, but it is not extremely straightforward to do. Now, if Jaromir was here, he would say at this point, and that's why he decided to create MS Lab. So when he was at Microsoft, and he's another of my Microsoft coaches, when he was at Microsoft, he created this GitHub repository called MS Lab, which is really designed to take that time to value down to the bare minimum and make sure that you could test Azure Stack HCI within 20-30 minutes, if that's what you wanted, and not need to have expensive hardware to do it. In fact, what you need to run MS Lab is a laptop. In fact, this laptop I'm running here just now is capable of running MS Lab, running in a nested virtualization environment. Being able to test all the features at no cost on your laptop with full automation in the deployment process was the goal there. But it's still pretty complex, because in order to deploy MS Lab, you need to have a decent understanding of PowerShell. You need to kind of know what you're doing, and you kind of need to be, well, let's say pretty technical to be able to go through it. So having moved to Dell, Jaromir has created some hands-on labs guides, which are built on top of MS Lab, but make it much, much easier to get started and make it easy to get going really quickly. So these are lab guides of specifically how to explore Azure Stack HCI. They break down specific concepts and features and walk through end to end with all the documentation, screenshots, and everything that you need to deploy Azure Stack HCI and get going with it. In fact, if you have a laptop here right now and you have the Hyper-V role installed, then you could go to the GitHub repo for this, which I'll show you in a second, download the MS Lab bits and get going within, well, by the end of this talk you should have a lab up and running. Well, caveat there, you need to have the Windows Server ISO and an Azure Stack HCI ISO as well, so you have to download those, but as long as you have those, you can start now and be done by the end of this session and have Azure Stack HCI running in nested virtualization within your own laptop. And that's incredibly powerful. But we've not stopped there, because it's all well and good to deploy on your laptop, but that doesn't tell you the real world. So we've also extended this so that you can use these hands-on labs to deploy Azure Stack HCI in your laptop as virtual machines, or you can do it in a very simplified topology. So if you have one server or two servers, actually you can use MS Lab to deploy those and get them up and running very, very quickly and easily. Or you can actually use it to deploy a full infrastructure. So if you have a 16-node Azure Stack HCI production cluster and you want to deploy that, that is also possible using MS Lab, and it's fully automated as well, end to end. So playing with MS Lab in virtual machines is not a little sandbox, it is actually an on-ramp to how you would and could deploy and manage Azure Stack HCI in production as well. So I am going to break out of my slides now. The slides are a bit boring. And let's have a look at actually what is this GitHub repo? How do you get started with this? So if I go to github.com/delgeos/Azure Stack HOLs, so this is in the Dell Geos GitHub repository here. Can't zoom on that screen, oh well. So Dell Geos/Azure Stack hands-on labs. Basically, this is going to walk you through everything you need to do to get started with MS Lab and Azure Stack HCI. So the first thing you need to do is go through the admin guides. Obviously, you start at step 1, and that is how you get going. But this is going to take you through how to basically deploy MS Lab in the first place. So for what you need, number 1, is something that supports Hyper-V. That is your first step. So any Windows 10 or 11 Pro laptop will support Hyper-V. So enable the Hyper-V role, reboot it, and you're good to go. You need to have 16 gigs of RAM. That is your minimum. You can go with a bit less, but if you actually want to test anything, 16 gigs, and then 100 gigs of free SSD. That's it. If you have those, you can get going with MS Lab and you can start deploying Azure Stack HCI today. You could also deploy this as a VM inside Azure as well. That's going to cost a lot because you need to have a VM which supports nested virtualization. This is an EV3 or DV3 virtual machine. It's probably going to have, well, 16 plus gigs of RAM. You need to have SSDs in there, so it's ultra again. It costs. If you have a laptop, you can do it on there. That's all that you need. So the next thing you do, you need to download a few files. So first of all, you download the MS Lab scripts, which is at this link here. I'm not going to click that because I've got them downloaded, but you download those MS Lab scripts. Then you download the latest Windows Server ISO. I've downloaded the Windows Server 2022 ISO. It could be 2019 if you want. It's not going to make a difference here. It's just for creating a domain controller, it's management VMs, things like that. And then you download the latest Azure Stack HCI OS ISO as well. And with those, you can get going. So when you download the MS Lab scripts, they come in a zip file, and they contain a few scripts. This is designed to be extremely straightforward. So these scripts are 1, 2, 3, cleanup and lab config. Now, hopefully it's fairly obvious what order we're going to do these things in, but I'll zoom that up a bit. The most important file to start off with, though, is this lab config file. Because the lab config is what defines what type of lab we're going to deploy. How many virtual machines are we going to deploy? Like, do we want a 3-node cluster, a 6-node cluster? Do we want to have it set up as a stretched cluster? What sort of features do we want to have installed? And these are all defined within the lab config file here. So this is all documented through the GitHub repo, but really the only thing you need to care about when doing this initial deployment is these two lines. Let's ignore the commented line here, but these two lines here. First one, which says what is your domain admin name, what password are you going to use, do you want to have a prefix on the virtual machines that are deployed, do you want internet access, that's basically that. How many virtual machines do you want to deploy? So 1.4 is going to deploy 4 virtual machines there. So 4 Azure Stack HCI hosts effectively in nested virtualization. And what is the name of the parent virtual hard disks that we're going to use to deploy this year? Now, what is a parent disk, I hear you ask? Well, that is one of those things that we're going to get deployed in just a second. So the first thing you're going to do is just right-click on prereqs, run with PowerShell. I'm not even opening it, I'm not even editing it, I'm just going to run this blankly, and say, run with PowerShell. It will automatically restart as an admin. That's going to go for UAC. I will click yes. And that is going to run through that script and basically make sure I've got all the prereqs that I need for MS Lab to be deployed. So it's going to download some tools, it's going to download some DSC utilities, it's going to download everything it needs to do the full deployment, make sure that I have everything all lined up, good to go to actually do the deployment of my Azure Stack HCI nested virtualization cluster here. Now I'm going to minimize this because actually I don't need to wait for this to finish because I've already done it. But after that's finished and it says you're good to go, we're going to run the next one. And again, I'm not going to look at it. I don't need to look at it. This is designed to be rapid time to value. You can look at it if you want and look through what it's doing. It's going to create some parent disks, and the parent disk is basically a virtual hard disk that the other virtual machines will be created from. So rather than have a virtual hard drive for each different virtual machine, you have a parent one, then it basically diffs across the other ones as well, so it saves space on your machine when you're running this nested virtualization, so you don't need to have a huge amount of space. But it's going to create parent disks for Windows Server 2022 for the Azure Stack HCI operating system, and it's going to create a domain controller, and it's going to install Active Directory on that, and it's going to create a domain, and then it's going to power that up as well. So it's going to create my Active Directory domain that I'm going to need to join my Azure Stack HCI to as well. After I've run my create parent disks script there, if I open up Hyper-V Manager, then this is what I am hopefully left with. There we go. So I've got my domain controller there. Now I've gone a step further there and I've run the next script, which is deploy. And deploy is going to take the config from the lab config file that we saw earlier, and then deploy an Azure Stack HCI infrastructure based on that lab config. But again, when I want to deploy this Azure Stack HCI infrastructure here, I just right-click, run with PowerShell. No editing, no looking through, no looking at what's going on. The only editing I've done is within the lab config here. And now I have an Azure Stack HCI infrastructure here ready to use, ready to play with. And if I go back to the hands-on labs here, because this is built on MS Lab, we have guides for a whole bunch of different scenarios here. So we can test out deploying Azure Stack HCI with Windows Admin Center. So you can walk through the end-to-end deployment process if you want from Windows Admin Center. So this lab config is going to deploy a Windows Admin Center box. It's going to deploy the necessary virtual machines to run Azure Stack HCI, but it's not going to configure them automatically for you. It's going to let you do that through Windows Admin Center and walk through the process if you were to do that yourself. There is a lab here for deploying Azure Stack HCI with PowerShell. That's effectively what that deploy script is doing just now. It is a full end-to-end deployment process for deploying Azure Stack HCI end-to-end with PowerShell for virtual machines, or it can be repurposed for hardware as well. You can use that for deploying Azure Stack HCI anywhere. We can explore the Open Manage extension for Windows Admin Center. This is a Dell-specific feature here. So Open Manage extension for Windows Admin Center allows you to basically manage everything from disk to cloud and everything in between from within Windows Admin Center. We don't want you to have different management planes for managing the hardware and managing your Azure Stack HCI. We want you to have one place to go, whether it's for doing CPU core management, for doing patch and update, which by the way is a one-click process which automates the full end-to-end update process, which is just awesome. But that's not why we're here. We're talking about automation, not Dell value. We can go through the Azure Virtual Desktop and Azure Stack HCI. So if you're interested in testing Azure Virtual Desktop and Azure Stack HCI, you can do that as well. Now, I hear you ask, what does AVD on Azure Stack HCI look like? Well, if I log into the Azure portal here, I actually have an Azure Stack HCI cluster which is running AVD just now. So let's look at what the management experience for Azure Virtual Desktop on Azure Stack HCI looks like. If I log into the Azure portal here and I go to Azure Virtual Desktop, this is how you do it in public Azure, by the way. You go to portal.azure.com, you go to Azure Virtual Desktop, and you start configuring your AVD services. So let's look. Is there a separate Azure Stack HCI section here? Is there somewhere I need to look? Well, no, actually. It's just the same management experience. If I go to my host pools here, I have an MS Lab AVD pool here, which looks exactly as it does if it's running in a Microsoft data center. The difference here is that all of these virtual machines, all of these AVD worker nodes here, effectively, are running in my Azure Stack HCI cluster in a lab in Austin. So it's the same, and it's not kind of the same, it's exactly the same. The only difference is where I've chosen to deploy those worker nodes there. So when I go to deploy my Azure Virtual Desktop, do I choose to deploy it into a Microsoft data center or into my own? Well, it's a choice. And why would I choose to do it into my own data center? Actually, we've seen through COVID, in particular, the ramp up of virtual desktops being needed by many, many companies, and we've seen the boundaries of what's possible from the public cloud being pushed to its limit. So latency is definitely a factor here. So having your AVD worker nodes as close to your users as possible, super important. Connectivity is important as well. There have been times where there are customers who just don't have that great connectivity to Azure, for example, but they do have good connectivity to their core network. And so being able to deploy within their core network and deliver that to the customers is super important. Cost is always a factor as well. If you want high performance, you're going to pay for that within Azure. And also, there are many customers that have lots of services running in their own premises just now, and having the virtual desktops close to the resources that they're accessing, super important as well. And those could just be file services, or they could be some other services that they're running within the bounds of their own data centers just now, and having those close to those, super important. But now there is no limiting factor in where you choose to deploy those. If you want to deploy AVD in a Microsoft data center, do it. If you want to deploy it in your data center, do it. If you want to deploy it in your basement, running on one single Azure Stack HCI node there, you can do that as well. It's your choice. And that really is the whole point of this decoupling of Azure from Azure. It's about not having to say, well, I love Azure, and therefore I have to go to a Microsoft data center. It's saying, I love Azure, now where do I want to deploy my workloads? And so far we have, well, all the workloads that I've spoken about so far decoupled and able to run within Azure Stack HCI. That's only going to grow. And the ability to choose where you deploy those and when you want to run them is really the key defining feature in the Azure strategy as well. I think this is really borne out from the fact that Microsoft is not a born in the cloud company. Microsoft was born in the data center, Microsoft was born in the enterprise and grew out to Azure from there, and they maintain those links back to on-premises and they understand it well. If you look at AWS, you look at Google, born in the cloud companies trying to figure out how to come back on premises, it's a very, very different kettle of fish. Microsoft already has the relationships, capabilities, and has been building out these features and capabilities for the last 7+ years. Azure is hybrid by design, and I guess this kind of shows that is absolutely true, because if I had AVD application groups deployed in Azure, it would look exactly the same as this, and I would manage them in the exact same way, and I would go to the same place to manage them. There is literally no difference. If I go back to the core of the Azure portal here, and I click on, oh, this is nice and handy, I've got my AX6515 cluster here. AX6515 is an Azure Stack HCI model number from Dell, but this is an Azure Stack HCI cluster running in a lab in Austin, in Texas just now. It's a 4-node cluster, so we can see 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes there. If I want to manage that, I don't need to break out to a different portal to do that. I'm in portal.azure.com. I click on my Windows Admin Center here. I connect to my Azure Stack HCI cluster. This is where we need some elevator music. It initializes. I log in. And within portal.azure.com, I am able to manage everything that I need to do to manage the Azure Stack HCI cluster. So I can manage the virtual machines, I can deploy my VMs from within here, I can manage, if I had it deployed, AKS, I can manage the volumes, the drives, the software-defined networking, virtual switches, everything. And not yet, but soon, also the hardware under covers as well. So being able to log into portal.azure.com and manage the patch and update of the hardware is just a beautiful thing. Being able to have this one unified pane that you log into, and you can manage anything and everything across your entire infrastructure, and that infrastructure could be in Azure, in Azure Stack HCI. Some of it might be in AWS. You can do some Azure management of workloads in AWS as well through Azure Arc. But really, this concept of Azure as the control plane, where do you want to run the workload, is really I think one of the most exciting things going on in technology today, because it's no longer a choice of where you deploy, it's what you deploy. And if you've chosen Azure as your cloud platform of choice, then the world's your oyster. You can deploy where you want, when you want, and what you want as well. Now, before I round out, and I just want to run through a couple of the preview features here. So if we look down the left-hand side, we will also see the ability to manage virtual machines, virtual networks. Oops, I shouldn't click that. Virtual machines, virtual networks, and disks and VM images from within the Azure portal as well, without having to go into Windows Admin Center first. This is going to give us the ability to deploy VMs in Azure Stack HCI through ARM templates, to manage the deployment of what we do on premises through the same infrastructure as code constructs as we have in public Azure. So if you have a hybrid application and you want to make that an infrastructure as code, you can actually have one ARM template which deploys the Azure pieces, the Azure Stack HCI pieces, links them together, does everything from one IAC construct there. That's awesome. I mean, this is literally hybrid as hybrid should be and hybrid is meant to be. It is an ongoing journey, I'll say. We've been on this journey for almost 7 years now, building hybrid to be better and better and better. I would say it's never been, well, obviously it's never been further forward than it is now, but it's never been more production ready than it is now, I would say. So we have large companies, large organizations running Azure Stack HCI in production just now. Dell manages exabytes of data in public Azure. We manage many hundreds of petabytes of data on premises for Azure Stack HCI customers, and it is the extension of Azure on premises as well. So I'm just going to round out by saying thank you again to our sponsors. Without sponsors, we would not be here. So thank you Microsoft, HSO, Proximo 3, AIS, PwC, Docs 42. Thank you to Companion, Cloud Thing, Experian, Incremental, DQ Global, ATEC, TISCI, and Squared Up. I'm going to go and talk to them now out in the hall there and see what they've been up to. But thank you for your rapt attention. If you have any questions, I will be here all day. So please feel free to ask anything that you have. With that, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome to Auditorium A, Scottish Summit. Well, you know the drill, it's 11 a.m. and we are a go for boosting productivity in Microsoft Teams with Power Platform. I don't know what I thought when I was inventing the title, it's a very long one, but hey, I think all the keywords are there. And in the session description I also promised a lot of demos, they will be live, of course, so I have some slides, some theory or however you want to say that, and then we will of course go and check out how my demos failed today or not. And of course, as I said earlier to the audience here, I have some candy, come on and grab it. I need to lose some weight, I can't eat them all, come on, help me out here. Alright, but first, of course, we want to thank our sponsors. Because without the sponsors, event like this Scottish Summit wouldn't happen. And we especially love the sponsors providing food and drinks and stuff, but also the facilities and everything. So thank you for them. Microsoft is a big one, and of course some other companies as well. So check out their booths. There's plenty of things to explore, and I think they have swag. So swag run is something we always love and do. My name is Vesa Nopanen. Everyone generally calls me Vesku. I'm a principal consultant for future work and metaverse at Sulava, which is part of the Broad Horizon group. So it's a kind of Central European group with 10 different companies, and Sulava was just acquired a few months ago there. But it's a great group to be part of. Some people may know me, I'm an evangelist on Microsoft Teams and now on the metaverse side. I'm a blogger, mymetaverseday.com, and before that it was myteamsday.com, so the name just got longer. And I'm also a speaker in several events like this. And I've been part of creating some of the events of our own, so I was part of the Teams Nation organization group, and now we have something new coming, which is of course called the Metaverse One. And I'm also running, or co-founder and co-runner of the Finnish Teams community, so-called TeamsFi. So we have the stickers there, of course. I have plenty of experience in the IT business, and with the cloud I've been working since 2012, so that's about 10 years now. And I hail here from Turku, Finland, so which is on the southwest side of Finland at the moment. So, and if you fancy QR codes, that's my LinkedIn profile. Okay, all right. The agenda is a simple one. I didn't want to make it very lengthy and boring. Just some theory, some demo, lots of demos, hopefully, and some productivity takeaways. Sorry. But first, before we kind of deep dive to that, I want to know, in your mind, shout out, what's blocking or preventing the personal productivity automation in Microsoft Teams?
I don't see the presence of all my contacts.
You don't see the presence? That's killing your productivity? Okay. Anything else? Yeah?
They think Teams is not strong enough to do it.
Okay, so they don't think Teams is strong enough for productivity.
They cannot run on multiple AD accounts.
Yeah, we can go to the multiple accounts and stuff. That's why you already know on the demos that I have several edge profiles I use.
You cannot save the conversation after some meeting to some file or something.
Saving the conversation. Okay, there's more.
Motion tools?
Sorry?
Motion tools, so people actually know.
Hey, I think that's the answer I was looking for, more or less. People don't know how you can increase your personal productivity in Teams, and I was referring to the automation, how you can make things easier, how you can save some copy-paste stuff. And people don't really know. It needs to be easy for everyone. And with Teams, Power Platform, hey, it's easy. People just don't know about it. So we need champs. We need champions who create the examples, and of course, they show the people, okay, how it's done. Hey, do you know it's here? And share some success stories, how these are very helpful, and share them with others. But of course, if IT has been blocked Power Automate or that other stuff, then you are out of luck. So IT, please don't block this. But there's so many things you can do with things, like you can act based on a message, and you can do those things easily. Or you can create custom notifications to keep people up to date. So basically what I'm after here is that you don't have to copy paste things, you don't have to do that much manual work if you know what's available easily. And this comes from the end user side and going towards for the team and organizational side, because there are many levels where you can do things. So you can act on teams and channels, and you have, if you are familiar with Power Automate, if you are not yet, you will be in a moment, but the thing is that you can interact with teams through the automation a big time. So basically, use the boosting tool. And well, we are sometimes frustrated because we can't get something done. It's not counting that multiple account issue. Well, you find a way. You have to have the curiosity. Frustration can lead to that. If it doesn't, you just throw away the computer or something like that. You don't progress that path. But basically, then you want to learn. You want to learn, okay, what I can do if you have any idea that you are getting started. And then you can start, okay, perhaps I can do this, boost that a bit, boost something else, and then we can go towards our productivity side journey. So, if you want to boost something, what you would do in Teams? Besides multiple accounts and that kind of performance is not in the topic here either. We are talking about how do you automate something like make life easier even a little bit.
One button to save the conversation after
one button to save the conversation to the file. You're almost in luck. We are very, very close to that. Because one of the issues or the kind of things that has been there, let me see if this works, is basically storing the messages in Teams notebook, or your personal one if you want. But that's something you can accomplish really easily with Teams, because hey, it's a matter of a few clicks basically. And you can do that, and then you can start using that easily. Snoozing the message, whoever has that kind of a need, you either mark it on red, or you want to get back to that in a specific time, or hour later, or 2 days later, or something like that, so you don't forget. That's something I get a lot, like, hey, how can I have that without making a task out of that? Or creating a lead. That's something we do at Sulava as well. So if there's an interesting conversation, hey, let's throw this to the sales team so they know about it. This might be a good lead. Let's get progress, adding things to tasks. Approvals. Hey, I need some approval, lightweight approvals. I'm not talking about those huge business processes here, at least not yet, and not in this session, but you can get approvals for sick leave, for example, if you want. Automating the form processing. Somebody is, you have a form, you have responses, but then they are at forms. Do you want to put them to the SharePoint list? Do you want to put them to the database? Do you want to notify someone based on the responses? Do they need to be approved before they are accepted to the conference? You can kind of go through with that if you want. But of course, what I love is the little bots that can help people. You can have a conversation or some kind of conversation. The thing is that with bots compared to the pages, of course you can create FAQ pages, you can create, let's create a ticket to IT pages, but the thing is there that you can't really use them on Teams mobile. So when you are mobile, the text and bot is making a lot more sense. So basically, just a few building blocks. What's the productivity? Productivity building blocks in Teams. Of course, Teams itself. You have to know about some of the out-of-the-box features that can really help. But of course, the Power Platform and templates. That's the way how you are getting started. And when you are sharing them with your colleagues, that's when they can reuse them. And that's something that's really important. So not everyone needs to do that. So, of course, I will go to demos. That was plenty of talk already. 10 minutes. So I promised mostly demos here, so that's how I get going. So first, of course, I have some text here and be testing out and making sure things work. But the things people want to do is create a task. And this is one of the out-of-box features. Most of the people know about this. You can just go there to the message, and have in the more actions you can create a task. This has been available for a while. So, well, okay, I should have taken a mouse with me, but I didn't. Okay, let's create a task, and you can add that to your personal to-do or to any planner you want. This is the very simple thing. You just have to know about that. You can put a due date, and you can just put it to some planner with what is there, and a priority, and put the text message. This is just something people need to be aware about, because it's slightly hidden after 3 dots and then going to more. So you have to know about its existence, but it can save a lot of time. I very often save this when I want to get back to the message. I just add it to task to my to-do, because it includes the link. So you can come back to the message afterwards, and I can, hey, I need to get back to this in Wednesday, for example. That's a very simple thing to do. I used to do a lot for my tasks, so that's when I have at the due date and I go to do it daily, it will come out as a suggested task for today, because it's a due date. So on Wednesday I know, okay, this was something I need to do. And that's one of the important stuff. Then people are usually putting messages to several, where we can of course post a message and say something like Scottish Summit, I can use, there is candy on the first row. Yes, there is. And there's also here, nobody has taken them, I'm shocked. Usually people love that stuff. Come and grab it. Salmiak is a bit more different, but there's marmalade and mints and chocolate. And this is something we want to share this message to different teams. So we can post it in multiple channels. This is something people don't always know about either. This is the other out-of-the-box feature I want to show. I can just go and there's a Scottish Summit demo, yes, I can put there, and I can put that to the Scottish Summit feed that has been shared. So I just select the teams and channels and just throw it there and post the message. Then it will go to multiple teams. I don't have to copy paste. The bad side is, of course, that we are getting the replies on each of those teams, so we are not really up to date yet. But if we go and check the Scottish Summit feed, yeah, it's there, and then I put the Scottish Summit demo, yes, that's there. What is more interesting is the new feature that's in the preview is the shared channels. Have you heard about shared channels? Yeah, some. So you can create a channel and create it as a shared one. I don't have a public preview on now, so it won't be showing. I don't want to demo that now. There's a reason why I don't have it. But I can still access the shared channels. The Scottish Summit feed is here, and then we can see it's on the other team, and I could share it with the individual those persons. So if I go to the Scottish Summit feed and just post a message here, just normally, breaking the etiquette, no title, and going to the other team where this has been shared, I can see the message. So this is a very efficient way also to use in internal communication. That's why I, for example, have this HR example, HR news and questions. So HR team has created the shared channel under their team. And they have shared that to multiple places, like they could share that to the Scottish Summit. If they post something, it's there. Or if I would go and post it to team I own, for example, I can do that. And because I'm the owner, this is the easiest part. And I just post it to everyone here in this tenant. Okay, cannot be shared. Of course, that's a good demo effect. Let's put it to effective topic. Bot team, and it will share it there. So you can share it with the organization-wide team, but everything else goes. And now if I go there, I can see there's this channel, and whatever HR is sharing would be there, and you could ask questions from HR. And for HR people, they could be answering the questions throughout their team. It's a great feature, learn about that. But this was not about out-of-the-box features for too much, just a few ones to get you to understand there are things in Teams you can use just by teaching people how to use them and thinking about the shared channel strategy. That's a really powerful tool, even if you just use it internally inside your organization. But power-ups. And I don't know how many knew that, but Power Up templates are now available in Teams Store. So if I go to the Teams Store part and go and click on the workflows, and this is a very good way you can see, hey, I have lots of templates available for me. They are categorized, so I can go and pick different categories. The most often used are basically the editor's picks. So this is a very easy way. Hey, what's available? What I can do? Follow up on a message. I want to get back to this message later. That's something I could be doing. And for example, create a planner task if there's a to-do in the channel message. And forwarding email to channel, welcoming new team members, sharing the bio, scheduling a message or reply. So you can do lots of things very easily by getting help from one of these templates. You don't have to know much or anything except to your team and stuff. You don't have to even open the Power Automate in many cases. So you can get started using them. There's the other place where we can get started using them is that, okay, let's go to and pick up this conversations, got this summit here, and I can go to 3 dots, more actions, and there's a hard to get. That one is a create new action. It's big enough, yeah? So if I hit the create new action, I can do something based on that message. It just takes me to the similar place I was at there. This is doing something based on a message. So it knows which message it was clicked on. So, like saving message to OneNote. Hey, you wanted to save the thread, but we just start with one message. Sorry, you can then improve that. We can save a message to OneNote. It's goes through my connections. I can hit next, and then I choose the OneNote. Okay, let's go for the Scottish Summit this time, and I can see the sections. There's the Summit section, and add workflow. That's like, if you are not presenting, it's like, I don't know, 15 seconds. You create a flow. You don't have to know anything. And then I can run it. Okay, now it's basically running. What it's doing, it's creating a new action. Hey, let's put something like live demo here. And we are using that create new action, so we are adding a note to that. And that was basically the power of the template, because it tells me now in the message that, hey, you have a new, I have added it to the OneNote, so you know something has happened. And if I go to the Scottish Summit team and to the Summit, which is basically the OneNote, I don't see it here yet, but I have it in here, message from Vesku, and this is the message that was in there. This is a very easy way, if you think about the team, is that I'm putting something, saving something for the team. I want to save this message. It might be a knowledge base, because after it's in OneNote, it's in search, and so you can find the information very easily. And it's not limited to Scottish Summit team. I started it there, but let's go and see the feed. Okay, the candy is on the first row. Yes, we can go and, all right, not on the shared channels. That was a bad example here. Where did I post it originally? In here probably. That's what happens when you start thinking new demos on the fly. Okay, I have that one, candy on the new floor. Yeah, it's not working on shared channels, but on the other ones. Is that I can go there and I can see more. This just needs some, like clicking, very careful clicking around. And I should have it in here, and it's not available yet for some reason. It may take a few moments or refresh. That's the thing with some of these actions, that they sometimes take a few minutes before they appear in the menu. But it will be there sooner or later during this presentation. Sometimes they are quick, and sometimes they are giving me a hard time. Okay. Let's see if it's there. Is it the, no, it didn't. Let's go this OneNote. Was it that one? No, that's the previous one I did. But the thing is that it's not limited to the single team. I could go here The social watch, for example, I had no idea it's coming from Twitter. So I have some messages here and I could go and pick some of them and just, it's not even visible here yet. No, that's bad. Some demo effect, but that's basically something I did earlier, anticipating this one, just a note. And I can do it from any team because I have access to that flow. It's the message and I can go there and let's see, okay, it's adding something and it should be again in the OneNote. So, and it's not too difficult. It's not, there's no from because it's coming from the bot, Twitter, so there's no person, but it's including the message and so on. And how does it look? If we want to go there, well, we have to save message to OneNote, the one we did, but it did not appear yet. And then we can go ahead and edit it. Very normally, we don't have any issues there. Okay, and it's just using these actions for selected message. There's an adaptive card, so it can ask things. You can create a card, what do you want to know, add stuff, then create a page. There's just, it's basically HTML, what you put to OneNote. And this is the last one that's just telling me in the chat that, hey, there's a new, I just stored it. So it's a really easy way to start learning as well. And there's, of course, other examples that are really fun to use. I don't want to spend too much time here, but let's go and use the follow-up message. I think that would be, I think I saved that or I deleted that. This is the moment you all like, yeah, there it is. Follow up a message, that was another template. I didn't change anything. Come on, click it. And no, I didn't click it. No. The tricky part with this is this. Okay, there. Hitting the right spot with the mouse. Time, yeah. Let's be quick and remind. There, yeah, I still have 20 seconds. And so I can make a notification, hey, come back to with me about that message later. So in just, hopefully in just less than half a minute, I will get the notification. And now I got it. That, okay, there's the message I wanted to get back to. And instead of having a link to click, it just goes to my feed. There's this functionality or action in Power Automate that I can post something to your team's feed. So I can put some text there and it will just take me there. As you can see, the reminder text is there as well. So I can put whatever I want there and put back to that right place in the team or in a group chat. And that's already in that template. So if you go there and dig it out, you can see what's it doing. And again, you can learn and you can change things. That's the real beauty. And there was the one that says ask for a buyer from a new team member. So when somebody is added to the team, you are asking for a buyer. So let's add a member and let's put Pekka here, Pekka Demo Man, who's our designated victim of the day. Okay, and Pekka is not wanting to come, doesn't want to come to the team, but yeah, he is. And now what's happening at the background is that there's going to be a flow that's listening, or trigger that's listening, is somebody added to the team, and we do something based on that. And a trick to make it run faster is of course that we open the flow. There's team greeting and NDA. I've created a different name. Not every one of these runs was so successful always, but that's when you create these. You can start running the flow manually because this will speed up the trigger. So if you have some kind of trigger, you can put it into listen mode and then it starts listening. I did in this other way, but it should be basically now catching it up and starting to do things. And what it's doing now, it's sending a message to Pekka that, hey, come on, you are coming to the member of a new team. You need to create, do an approval. And So we can create an approval very easily in Power Automate. We just put some information to whose that is, what's included in the approval, can it be delegated or not, and then we ask like putting a adaptive card there and wait for the result. So for Pekka, we can see, okay, I have audio on, let's put audio off. Is that Pekka has a message from Power Automate. Hey, welcome to the Scottish Summit team. There's some practices and NDA, just links to documents, it's nothing. Okay, and I'm not even opening that in this one, but you can write anything you want, and you could just hit the approve here, or you can go and see the approval that was created in the Power Automate. And so this was a bit extended from that asking for a bio. So we just get, do you approve for the NDA? Yes, we do. We are already in a team anyway. And then we are getting another message or notification that, hey, Pekka Demoman is in the team. It's been mentioned. And in the chat, we can go ahead and, hey, tell us about yourself. This is the bio part. This is what it does, the template itself. Just telling us something like, tell us about yourself. Let's having some candy at this summit. And so I don't have time to write my bio, but I can reply. That's the adaptive card. Get the response, and we just write that directly to the team. So the bot is doing the writing. So this is something you can ask for more engagement from people. And so what we are doing here, well, it's not much. We just have the condition. Okay, let's go to edit mode. It's going to be easier for you. Posting adaptive card to the person, because when we create an approval, we get the adaptive card. It's really easy to post. That's why these are very basic names. I didn't change the names much here. We are waiting for that, and if he approves, we get an @mention token and we post the message. And if not, then we terminate that, remove from the team, and just posting adaptive card for asking for the bio. And if you want to create your own, there's this adaptive cards IO/designer. You can create it, and then you can copy paste the JSON and come here. We have the response, and we just reply that to the channel. And as you can see, it's not that well formatted, so we go for the code and we can see what's inside. So that's kind of a very easy way to get started there, and doing a bit more do more with the flow than just the template. Or we can go and go for social watch and take away endless gifts. No, that's not good. Let's go for there. That's something about the metaverse, and we can ask a question. I have created this. This is a kind of a bit similar one, just notifying the team or asking about the team. This could be a ticket. This could be so if it's a ticket, it would notify IT team and create a task. Or this could be a question for HR. Is this message really relevant? And so watch this one, and we just post it there based on the message, and we get the message to Scottish Summit. And this is a question to responsibles. That's a tag, and so you have a team tag for people who belong to that tag, just me. So they are automatically notified, getting the message, and we can get the link to the source, so we can go to the original message. This is something like tricky you can do. You don't have to start copy pasting, and you can do things. Asking a question, it's not that much, but of course, what about if we add a task? And let's go, and I should have a kind of a. Let's add a task. We could be adding to Summit tasks directly. So why we would create adding a task action of our own if we have create a task to the OneNote. Well, one reason might be that not everyone has access to the IT tickets planner, so they are using different identity, and it goes directly to IT tickets. So we could ask, what's the task? What's this one? I can type today, and then we just put the due date, okay, it's today, and we submit. We could have different fields there. What it does actually here is that it's then sending that it's creating a task, but it's sending that to the Scottish Summit planner, and we could do something else like posting it to the team, whatever we want to do. And just for kicks, I have something interesting is like where's the I think was it in work process? No, it was on the team. So let's just wait. But what I have is that there's one trigger when planner task is added. It's listening to that. So the task is already added, but the trigger takes a while, some minutes perhaps. I will go forward with the other things. But it will post a message adaptive card again to this team to ask, okay, who's going to take this task for themselves? So you know that there's a new task added. I could write a message, I could put that there already, but the task is there, but we just don't have the person to pick it up yet. And so it will appear there in some moments, but it wasn't very kind of a special flow. Let's put there, say, there's the add summit tasks, and what we do is just the same. We have for selected message, we ask for information, we can have the adaptive card, we can edit the information, and then we can reuse that when we are creating the task title and due date, just put there updating something, and then we are going to be posting the adaptive card on chat channel. Yeah, actually did that one and into chat, but then there's going to be the other one listening for new tasks. Okay, it's not out yet, but so I just let it be there for a while, because the other thing was important is that, okay, what can Pekka do now? Not that Pekka, there is Pekka, and so Pekka doesn't have that many flows available. They just have a few things like ask a question. They don't have access to those until I go and share it. So if I want Pekka to share messages to Team OneNote, I can go with the run only users, and I can share it easily so that, okay, let's put Pekka here. I could put a team. Everybody who is here in the team can use that. So the individual user, or perhaps everyone who's at the Scottish Summit team. And connections are important. Now, this is either user connection, so they can use their own connection, their identity when they are running it, or if I'm saving to OneNote, I might be using my own identity. So Pekka may not have access to the planner or OneNote, so we could do that, and it kind of disappeared from there for weird reason. But so they have access because they are in there. Okay, outside this flow, yes. Let's not click anywhere else. And then we can share it to Pekka, and Pekka should be now be able to, or in a few moments when this updates again, it takes some time, but when he has the access, we can start saving things. Sometimes refresh helps, sometimes it just takes some time and before it appears. Nope, not yet. No luck today. Everything is slow today. But that's the part, you share them. They don't have to know how to create these follow-upping messages, something like that. You just create them and you start sharing. And since I will be running hot more or less, I will go for the other, but hey, that has appeared. It took a while, but it's there. Like I just had this, assigned this task to me. This came from one customer case when they were asking, okay, somebody's adding us tasks and we don't even know about them. Yes, we could be writing to the channel, but they can't be missed. But this is writing to the channel and making it easy for a person to pick it up. So if I go ahead and click this, assign this to me, and go for submit tasks, and now it should show it's assigned to me in here. So that's kind of a very easy way, because what's there is that just a flow, and it will wait that when there's a response to the adaptive card, I take that person, okay, who was the person invoking that, and we just update the planner with the responsible person. Okay, now we can go for bots. Bots are also fun because, of course, when we start creating bots, these basic Power Automate bots, they are, well, they can be fun, but they are very easy to create. Something that's really helpful for people is that you can go and start creating a questions and answers bot. There are several ways to do it. One of the ways to do is that you just write every question and answer there, and you have some trigger phases. So if I go here, basically I have something ready, but if I would go and add a new topic, I can start writing the topics that engage that. Like let's put the word candy there. Let's put candy. Where is the candy? And I can put here the message like on the first row. Just something very, very simple. And I can save it. So I could create question and answers manually by this. It takes time, but it's very easy. Basically, HR people or somebody else could be doing that. And if I then go and publish it, it would be available through the bot, or I can just test it and ask it here, like, candy, where is it? And it may not work like this, but yeah, on the first row. So it can answer that. That's easy. We can do a lot of other questions there, like I have added some FAQs there, because there's this such as topics part. And this is a very powerful one. If you have a public URL, it can be a site, it can be a document, PDF, it can read. And for example, I use this Finland FAQ, and yeah, that's crazy, I know. And so you can just take the URL and paste it here, and it will go through the URL and try to find question and answer pairs. It wasn't perfect on that URL, but it got some. And so it needed a bit of modification, but in here it suggested five fonts. I accepted already one, but if, let's say, can I speak English in Finland, I can just click at the topics. It will go to topics, and then I go for the existing topics, and I can activate that, and it will then get me the answer. And I can go ahead and, of course, before activating that, I can go ahead and change it. I can edit it. I can remove the annoying end of conversation there if I don't want them to ask things. And can I speak English in Finland, for example? I make a slight typo, but it doesn't matter because these are very smart on English language. But I forgot to save that, so that's why it's asking me the question. Yeah, but that's kind of very easy if you have that part. This is the very easy way to get a bot, to have like Q&A bot to frequently asked questions there. And what about sauna? And we can just ask other questions that are there. So yeah, I don't have what about sauna question. It's about Finnish saunas. But as you can see, you can put photos, pictures there. And that's making it more live. I think it's much more fun. If I go for sauna topic, you just saw that there are some trigger phases, and then I have a sauna image, and I do that in flow, because I have to create a flow to get the picture to the Q&A, to the Power Virtual Agent bot, because it doesn't support images yet, at least. But if I go to this flow, I can create this inside. And what I really do here is I just return a couple of markdown messages, like having exclamation mark, the alt text, and then the link, and it will show that. Because that's kind of workaround. I have a blog post about that, and then I just put the variable. So you can make these look better, so you can have little things that make the bots look a lot better. what else I created here? I have asking a question, and I have a ticket process. So, for example, I have a question, and this is something like, okay, you can ask for the question. Okay, this doesn't find the answer. You can, okay, I will relay this question to the team. What's the question? Okay, let's drop the candy, and then when we can have a lunch. So I can go ahead and ask about the lunch. And I have the annoying stuff there, so I can read that, everything goes well. But what happens now is that that question goes to the team, and it's posted here. So someone from the team can answer that, it doesn't matter who, and then the bot can send the proactive message. Now I get a message from the bot, because they can send messages to you without having the active conversation flow in the bot. That's a new feature in the Power Virtual Agents. So you can put that, and it just answers the question, and yes, it can be a GIF. The picture can be a GIF. So that's kind of something you can make these feel more like fun and close. And the ticket one, because I know somebody was asking about the ticket. Hey, you can create a ticket, and this just adds the task to the planner. So what's the issue? That I don't have a Surface Studio laptop. So yeah, it's a big issue. And so it will just create the question to the ticket to the team, and I can go for the team to see the ticket. And it will come to the channel to ask for someone to pick it up. It went to the tickets bucket. Because it's really easy to start adding things using Power Automate. You can add more stuff. But to make things more interesting, there's this employee FAQ PVA template available at GitHub. This came out during build, so just a few weeks ago. And sorry, this was older one. This is 12 months, so this came through, I don't know, last summer somewhere. I had missed it totally. But it's a kind of a very ticket style FAQ bot as well, so it works as a template. Yeah, you can put some gifts to the hi message and everything. I like to make them more friendly. And this can have like this talk to agent, like, hey, ask a question. Question title, typos, and text here. I'm not putting anything else. So it will go and put these to the database. This is all built in the package. I didn't change anything else but put the GIF there, basically. And so I can ask for the status, and it will go and check out what kind of status of the tickets I have created is there. So I can check the all or active ones that hasn't been resolved. And I can see them there in a moment, and it can show, okay, something is resolved, who resolved it, what's open. And if I go to the FAQ bot team, there's also a Power app that comes with the template, and it will add it here, and then we have some kind of we have a couple of active tickets here as well, so we can see what kind of feedback was given. But they didn't create kind of interactions on that. But instead I have these here in the team. They come as adaptive cards. As you can see, adaptive cards are really important on these cases. All right, so we can resolve things, do that. That's a really easy one. And just to make my last minutes more interesting is that I have another demo tenant, a couple of more advanced bots that I used, like calling in sick process. And it's, as you can see, you can use a menu. So if you say, hi, what's available in the bot? Are you sick? Yeah, it's just a final confirmation that something's happening. And how many days I'm away? 5 days sounds like a good hangover, time. And message, very sick after the summit. And what's happening is now, it's taking that process further. So it's going for the bot, it's telling, okay, hoping we speedy recovery, and it notes from my Azure AD data from which city I am from, so it will get the healthcare information for me, relevant to me or the country, and then send me the information. Okay, this is what I sent to your manager. I could actually ask in the bot as well that who is my manager, because it goes for Azure AD, gets the information. So that info was sent to the Sulava admin. But since I'm my own boss as well, I have the approval request for this sick leave. It just creates that information, how many days, 5 days, and I can approve that. And what's happening next is that I'm using the Logic Apps and Azure AD API management because there's something you can't do always from inside the Power Automate without premium licenses. So what I did, I created a Logic app that will put my out of office automatically on. So if I go to out of office information, we can see I'm out of office for next 5 days. So it will go there and put it automatically, and since it's using the Azure API part, it's been published, so I don't have to use premium licensing for this. So that's happening there, and then the other bot, I'm not going to show the demo now, but there's the onboarding bot that will take through basically onboarding experience, ask some bio information, few questions, what kind of movies you like, generates automatically the welcome text, post that to the team when it's approved by the HR team, and then creates automatically a meeting with the HR and adds some tasks and information you need to go through. So this is kind of stuff you can take the Power Automate to the next level by using Power Virtual Agents, by using the Power Automate and add more there. And that's really important. Since I only have kind of a few ending stuff to do, those were kind of bunch of demos, and most of them work very nice. It's basically coming to the productivity Nessie. We start with the templates and we learn from them. And then go there to customize templates to our needs. So we can make easy changes. We want to change some wording there, but for normal end users, they would use templates. They may not learn them from them, but they have to know about them because they know that saving those messages to the OneNote might be important and something you want to do. Then they start creating their own automations. They are curious, they want to learn more. Using approvals, other external processes. And as you saw, adaptive cards and Markdown can really enhance the experience and make it usable. And then you really start sharing. So, few notes, of course, use Power Automate to extend those little bots to make them bigger bots. And you can use Logic Apps to go beyond the premium licensing stuff and in there. But again, adaptive cards, that's something you really need. And did you learn anything? Some people learn. Excellent, I'm not telling you. Some resources, you can download the PDF from there, so you have the links. So these don't show the links, but there are things you can start learning from. These are kind of important stuff. And as a takeaway, it's just something I have done. Basically, sharing makes you a legend. Yeah, you are a legend in your company if you start creating these, starting for sharing. But the key thing, these automations, these boostings are for everyone to use because they are really simple. People just don't know about it. And you can get started, you can learn new things from those templates. Those are really good and they are adding stuff there all the time. And of course, Power Automate and Teams, this is the way. And sponsors, thank you. Yeah, this had to be done twice here. There's more, and of course, thank you. Never stop learning.
This session is titled Power BI Licensing. Brilliant. Power BI Licensing Made Simple. All right, yes it is. The sponsors make it possible for me to come here today to talk to you. So thank you so much to sponsors. If you haven't visited the sponsors, go and talk to them. You have no idea just how much work the organisers have to go through to get these lovely people to come here today. Okay, so next. I hope, like me, when you were a child, I'm going to stand over there, you were excited when you got a new toy. A new toy inspired your imagination. For me, it was Scalextrics. Scalextrics were fantastic. There's so much I could do with Scalextrics. And there's some toys you got, like Evo Knievel's stunt bike. The television adverts you see, do this, do that. And then my brother got it for his birthday, and we were so disappointed. Now, many years ago, I worked with SQL Server reporting services. It is an amazing product. It is fantastic, rock solid. But when I was working about 10 or 15 years ago, it was dull. It was boring compared to the competition. And I got really frustrated. I went to SQL Bits, my second SQL Bits, and I walked up to the Microsoft stand and I said, what is Microsoft doing about improving SSRS? The reply I got,
If you're wandering away from the lectern, there's a handheld microphone you can take. It's just the one in the middle isn't picking you up.
all right. I can't stay still, that's the only problem. So, what did the gentleman at Microsoft stand say to me? He said, just wait. Oh, thanks, mate. Fantastic. But with Excel 2010, they came up with this thing called Power Query, Power Map, Power View. Everything was Power something. And as soon as I saw that, I could see what was possible. This tool was amazing. And that was my Scalextrics moment. Oh my God, what could you do with this tool? And it was fantastic. And at the time, my customers I was speaking to said to me, well, how do I share those reports with my customers? I was like, that's a really good question. And because of that, and because of the other companies I worked at, I had to do what I called a deep dive into Power BI licensing. And that's where this session came from. So I started reading blog posts, reading articles, and one person would say this, and then somebody else would say that, and you would hear this, and you would hear that. And the more I read, the more confused I got. I was like, what's going on? And it took maybe a couple of years before I kind of finally got to the point where I thought, I'm beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think I understand a little bit about Power BI licensing. And then one day the boss, my old boss, sent an email, said, our customers want to talk about Power BI licensing. Who can answer it to the entire team? So 5 paragraphs later, I ended up writing 5 blog posts just about Power BI licensing and nothing else. So I reckoned I kind of understood a little bit. But at the same time, I realized that Microsoft were either missing deliberately or accidentally a massive part of the market. Now, most of my customers at that time were small to medium enterprises, SMEs. This is a definition of an SME. That may describe your company. Describes a lot of the companies that I was working with. In 2014, in the UK, 99.3% of companies were SMEs. It's important. This was my Evo Knievel moment. Yeah, it was fantastic. Licensing is great until you look at the budget. And I got a bit annoyed. I got really grumpy. I thought, oh, come on, surely there's got to be something could be done. I thought, no, I am going to see if there's something can be done to address this issue. And then one day I got an email out of the blue from a company. And I realized if I thought outside of the box, if I didn't think Microsoft, there were other opportunities, other ways of sharing reports, which we'll talk about later. I should introduce myself. My name is Robert French. Yes, I'm the twit with the cravat that tweets out on a Friday morning, dress up Friday, or in this case, I'm wearing a kilt. These are my contact details. Believe it or not, I like talking about this sort of topic. I really enjoy it. Okay? Feel free to email me, contact me, chat to me about it. What are my goals for this session today? What am I aiming at? This is a high-level overview. I don't have time to go into the details. I would love to, and if someone wants to chat to me about them, I'll be delighted. And yes, it will be technically shallow. There's lots of detail, lots of ifs, ands, buts, what abouts. We don't have time for that. If there are questions, great, fantastic. Raise your hand and I'll see if I can answer them when we are talking. Hopefully I'm not going too fast. I don't work for Microsoft, which is great for me. I can say what I think's good and what I think's bad about the different options. Because there are some amazing things in Power BI, particularly licensing. But there are some things that just make me go, oh God, no, why did you do that? Now, what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about free options first of all, because there are a lot of free things from Microsoft. I know Microsoft and free don't always go together, but it's true. We'll talk about the Power BI Pro license. How does that fit in? Then we'll talk about the Power BI Premium per user license. Don't you just love that Microsoft marketing want to add something new that does have a use? Then we'll move on to something called Power BI Embedded or Embedding. Yeah, you've probably never heard of it and you maybe never want to hear about it. There is one use case though for one person in the audience. Then we'll talk about Power BI Premium. Yeah, it's not cheap, but it's amazing. It's a fantastic product. The last bit we're going to talk about is thinking outside the box, not thinking about Microsoft solutions, but some solutions offered by third partners that might be worthwhile looking at. So, let's get this presentation started. All credit to Eugene Meininger. I may have mispronounced his name, I don't know. He did a session at SQL Bits, and I'm going to steal like an artist. There are broadly two different types of license from Microsoft, Power BI license. Yeah, I know, I can imagine you're probably thinking, God, is he never going to get started? There is a personal license. By a personal license, that's something that's given to an individual. So it's a bit like if you jumped on the bus today in Glasgow, you would get a ticket. Yeah, you would still get tickets, still print them. And that would be given to you. That's your permission to ride in a bus that is shared with other passengers. Okay? There's also something called capacity licenses. So maybe your company said, all right, there's maybe 50 or 60 people traveling to an office every single day, and it's just cheaper to hire the bus and the driver, let someone else maintain it, and we can see who can get on that bus. Okay? So free. You do get some free options from Microsoft. This is an example. You can sign up for a free license from Microsoft, which is an example of a personal license. It's given to an individual. Okay? Typically, it would go against an email address. Now, you can share it with someone else if you want, but you have to give them the password and the email address. You also get Power BI Desktop. It's free. That might not sound particularly exciting. If there's any, I don't know if there's any managers here, but managers love the cost. That's usually the budget I was given for any project I was working on. There you go. There's your budget. Go on. What does it allow you to do? Well, it gives you a passport to lots and lots of data sources. More data sources you can shake a stick at. Excel spreadsheets, CSVs, PDFs, SQL Server, Oracle databases, SAP. I think it's actually over 100 different data sources, data connectors, built into Power BI Desktop for free. Right now, you can download it. You also get what's called an ETL tool. I'm an ETL tool. I'm a data plumber. So ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. That's built into Power BI Desktop. You may have heard of some of the other ETL tools, things like Informatica, Alteryx, Talend, ClickView Expressor, Tableau Data Prep, and SQL Server Integration Services, SSIS. Okay. What else do you get? Well, let me tell you, you get a data warehousing tool built in. Maybe you don't believe me. The same data warehousing tool that you get built in is the same one that's used for enterprise, except it just works on your computer. If you happen to install Power BI Desktop on your machine, you can go to go to Task Editor, and you'll see we've got SQL Server Analysis Services running. That's the same engine that you use for enterprise data warehouses for free. You get analytics language as well. This might not be particularly exciting to you if you haven't discovered DAX yet. DAX is incredible. It's an amazingly powerful language. If you work with Excel formulas, you'll probably feel very comfortable. But believe me, it goes way beyond that. It's exceptionally powerful. You also get access to the service. So Power BI service, you can sign in and you can actually publish reports to the Power BI service. You get access to more, well, make sure I get this right. So Power BI visuals. By visuals, I mean things like bar charts, line charts. But it's more exciting than that. You can get Gantt charts. You can get word clouds. There's something in there called Charticulator. Laura Graham Brown was talking about that, allowed to create your own. Yeah.
Just quick one. Say you upload it to the service.
Yes.
Is that Power BI full license?
Power BI Free will allow you to upload to the service. But you can't publish, you can't share it with anyone if it's in the free service. You need Power BI Pro to share it securely. And I'm glad you asked that question, because guess what I'm going to talk about next? I'm going to talk about sharing reports, Power BI desktop reports. You can say, well, I would like to share my Power BI desktop report with someone else. You can, the same way that you email a Word document or an Excel spreadsheet to someone. Just do it. As long as it's got Power BI desktop in the same version, they can open it. You can also publish reports to the internet for free. Here's one I did earlier. This is published from my own personal Power BI free service. Just to repeat, that's the cost. Those are the upsides. Yay, fantastic. What are the downsides? Well, I did say you could publish reports to the internet for free if you got a free license. Only one caveat. There's no security at all. As soon as you publish that to the internet, anybody can see it. So what I say is about opening your doors to your house. This is not the technique you want to use if you're going to publish your confidential end-of-year financial reports. Just saying. Okay? But it's a good way if you want to build up your career and you want to publish reports. Some people say to me, I'm not a programmer, why do I have to learn 2 more languages? That's a downside, I agree. So DAX and Power Query language is also called M. Don't ask me why, ask Microsoft Marketing Department. I love them. You get no support from Microsoft. It's a free product, so no official support. You're on your own. However, there is a massive community out there of people like myself who are very happy to help people. There's Microsoft official forums, and there's all sorts of other ones. Find it on Twitter, Facebook, all sorts of places. So what's it good for? I think it's good for anybody. Anybody that wants to explore data, wants to maybe see what Power BI can do. It doesn't cost anything. I think it's fantastic. Okay, Power BI Pro license. Now we're talking about spending some money. Okay, what's the cost? This is the cost. I think I checked this last night, I forgot though. I'm sure this is all it costs. Not a lot. What do you get? Well, first of all, it's a personal license, so it's allocated to an individual account. Use an email account. For example, I work for a company called Quorum. My Quorum account has a pro license associated with it, so it's only me effectively can use it unless I give someone my email address and my password, and I'm not going to do that. So it just belongs to me. If you're lucky enough to have an Office 365 license, which I do, you get Power BI Pro built in for free. Or sorry, it's included in the cost. What are the upsides of Power BI Pro? Well, we talked about sharing. Yes, you can share Power BI reports with other people. The good thing here is you can share them securely. You can decide if you upload to a workspace in Power BI service, using a workspace backed by a pro account, yeah, I don't have time to go into the technical details, you can say who can see that report and who can't. There's actually a bit more to it, but we don't have time to go into the details. You also have the ability to create apps. Apps, the best way I can describe an app is being able to bundle multiple reports into one package you can deploy at a time. It's a topic by itself to a certain extent. It's really worth exploring. However, Microsoft Marketing Department, strike again, Power Apps are not the same as Power BI apps. Yeah, I want to speak to Microsoft Marketing, really. The one thing I have to say grudgingly, Office 365 does work really well with Power BI. I admit it. Microsoft do actually do some things really well. You're able to integrate Power BI reports into Teams, into SharePoint Online, all sorts of other things I don't have time to talk about. You also have permission to install a Power BI gateway. Gateway. Oh dear. I think I was actually drinking something. So a Power BI gateway, an enterprise version that allows you to get data that's on premise, okay, in a company, and actually share it to the cloud securely. Okay. What are the downsides? Now, first of all, when you publish reports to the service, your data is secure. Nobody else can see it. However, you will suffer from probably, you might not notice it, it's something called noisy neighbor syndrome. That means that the resources, the compute resources that are used to run queries and to render your reports are shared with multiple people. What does that mean in practice? I was at Glasgow Airport and I forgot to refresh a data set. It's the reason why we have to manually do it. So I knocked up and I said, right, okay, there you go, marketing department's all done. It actually took 25 minutes to refresh because when I ran it. The next morning, I ran it at a different time, much earlier, and it took 39 seconds. Same data set, same refresh. Noisy neighbor syndrome. Okay. If you don't have a Power BI Pro license, you cannot share reports securely with someone else. Okay? So, Power BI free license, you want to be able to get into that workspace to see this backed by a Pro account. You want to see reports? Nope. Power BI Pro license? Yes. What's it good for? Probably small companies. I would say maybe about 100 licenses. It just depends. So small company, you want to share reports internally? Perfect. Really good, worthwhile investing in. There is a bit of a cut-off point, it depends. We can chat about that if you want to. The next one is Power BI Premium per user. You're like, okay, not another account, not another type. This costs, yeah, there we go. That's how much it costs. Like, wait a minute, you just talked about Power BI Pro, now he's talking about Power BI Premium per user. This, again, is an individual license that's allocated to an individual account. What are the upsides of it? You get most of the features of Power BI Premium, but one. Well, actually a couple, but one you'll be very interested in. So the first thing you get is a little diamond there's a little person. You get a larger model size. So in Power BI Pro, your model size is up to 1 gigabyte. With Power BI Premium, it's up to 100 gigabytes. Now, if you manage to get 100 gigabytes, I will be impressed because the Vertipack engine is incredible in terms of compression. But that's another topic, which is lovely. What else do you get as well? You have the ability to host in this Power BI service SSRS reports. Now, Microsoft Marketing, for some reason, or somebody has decided to call them paginated reports. It's just SSRS. Seriously. If you look at the report builder, what you'll find is you should be able to import SSRS reports from on-premise and publish them to the service. But don't get me started, it's great. Now, you may not find this topic particularly interesting. Next thing, you get read-write XMLA endpoints. Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm so glad you told me about that. And that's my reaction when I heard somebody called Alexander Arverson talking about it. Where it means that you can connect Excel directly to data sets sitting in service. If you're working in an enterprise context, you get to be able to use third-party tools, such as Tabular Editor, DAX Studio, and all sorts of other lovely jubbly stuff I don't have time to talk about. Interestingly enough, and this always surprises me, Tableau can consume XML endpoints. That means you could connect your Tableau report to a Power BI data set on the service. Yeah, I know, it's like, oh, once you start looking at this, it gets quite exciting. You also have access to the Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Studio, all those features in Power BI. That is very powerful. And there's more. I just don't have time to go into it all, I think. What are the downsides? You're going to love this. This is great. Okay, so content sharing. You're thinking, right, okay, I've created a workspace that's backed by a premium per user account, and all these premium features are just amazing. I can share it with everybody. Microsoft said no, and the way they explained it just makes me feel like this. Because in the documentation, this is how they explain it. Now, if you've got time to read that and digest it, it does make sense eventually. What does this mean? Okay, so if we have a workspace is a folder or a container on the service. It can be backed by different types of licenses. Okay, I'm going shallow, I'm not going into detail. So it's backed by a pro account. So a free account cannot access the content in there. A pro account can, and a premium per user can. You can also create a workspace that's backed by a premium per user account, but pro can't access the content. Yeah. That's how Microsoft explained it. What's it good for? Why should you even consider this? Well, if you want to explore the premium features, because you cannot share it with anybody else unless they have a PPU account, then you might want to say, well, why should I worry about XML endpoints? Can I take my SSRS reports online, on-premise, and put it up to the service? What about these 48 refreshes a day? Would that work in this context? I would say for development and testing, this is one account that's worthwhile doing, worthwhile looking at, because you get all the features, most of the features should say, that as a developer you want to check. Does that work? Will it work in this context? What if I poke it and do that? That's one way of doing it. Right. You probably never heard of Power BI embedded or embedding. Welcome to my world. This is an example of what I refer to as a capacity license. So this is where a company will say, well, I want to be able to let anybody within my organization be able to see reports. And Microsoft, in their great and wonderful wisdom, have created two different types of embedding or embedded. The first one, I should say a SKU, by the way. A SKU stands for Shopkeeping Unit. I always struggle with that. So the first one is an Office 365, it's an EM SKU, which is the embedding SKU. Yeah. What are the upsides of it? Well, you can embed reports, Power BI reports, into SharePoint Online or Teams securely, but the people consuming the reports do not need a Power BI Pro license as far as I understand. Now, you will need someone in your organization with at least one Power BI Pro license to be able to publish to the service. That might change in the future. Who knows? Now, I should say that's within an organization. By an organization, I mean an Office 365 tenant. Yeah, it gets complicated. Okay? What are the downsides? Well, you're thinking, yeah, fantastic. I can let anyone see the reports. I can share my external customers. No, you cannot. There might be a way around it, but I'm not going to suggest what it is. Now, the next thing is pricing. First of all, the first two SKUs, the EM1 and EM2, suffer from noisy neighbor syndrome. You also can't buy them or get the price unless you're an Office 365 volume licensed customer. You can buy an EM3 SKU, and you can see the price there. Okay? Really simple and easy to buy. Go to Office 365 admin, goes in the admin portal, clicks on there and says, yeah, I'll sign up for it. And it says lovely things like, yeah, you pay bi-monthly. It's actually a 12-month contract you're signing up for. You may be able to pay the bill monthly, but it's a 12-month contract. Right. Are you loving this so far? It's great. Welcome to my world. Next type of a SKU is the A SKU. Yes, this is completely different. And this is what I was speaking to Jamie about this morning. This is aimed at independent software vendors. So someone's created a software product, maybe online, a web portal or something like that, and they want to publish Power BI reports, and they want that report to look like part of their application. One of our customers actually uses this just now. This is a completely different pricing model from every other one, though. Yay! The only analogy I can come up with is a parking meter. So if you park your car in a parking meter, beside a parking meter, and you park it there for an hour, you pay for an hour. If you park your car there for 2 hours, you pay for 2 hours. If your car's not there, you don't pay anything. Confused? Okay. There's a concept, sorry, I should say that if you sign up for this, you can sign up, anyone can sign up for this in Azure, I think. I've got one, I've got my own ASKU. There's no upfront costs, there's no termination fees, you only pay for what you use. I think they bill to the minute, but I think they talk in the documentation to the hour. It also talks about this thing called pausing the service. If you pause the service, you do not pay any money. If you pause the service, any reports in the workspace are backed by this service, you cannot access them. Now, we'll come to that a little bit later on. You can scale up and down. So I think it's A1 to A6 in UK South and North. So you can scale up and down. More power, more money. Lower power, less money. You can securely share with anyone. There is a caveat we'll come to in a minute. So what are the downsides? Pricing to me, right, now, thinking about the A4 SKU, I should point out, I love this, A4 SKU is equivalent of a P1 SKU we're going to talk about later on. Okay, that's important because I'm going to talk about that in relation to something else. Now you're thinking, yeah, I could buy that, and what I could do is I could publish my Power BI reports to the SharePoint Online and Teams. No, Microsoft had cut that one off. I think it was possible about a year ago, but Microsoft say no. The man from Del Monte say no. It can only be purchased through the Azure portal. This bit I really dislike, but it's sure you've gathered already, I dislike Microsoft documentation because it talks about for the EM and ASKUs, the app, I think it's, sorry, the ASKUs, the app owns the data. What does that mean? That's what you're asking yourself, and that's what I asked myself for many months. What does that mean in practice? You cannot access reports that are in the Power BI service if you're using an ASKU. Well, you can, but technically, if you're sharing with external customers, you shouldn't be doing that. What you should be doing, and what our customer does, is you set up a separate authentication method. You cannot use Azure Active Directory to authenticate external users. So you get a web developer comes along, and he develops a different authentication method, and then uses something to communicate back to Power BI. It's okay for that user to see that report. Yeah. Are you confused yet? Because I was. So, ASKU, web dev, separate authentication. Okay, come and talk to me about it. What's it good for? Independent software vendors. That's you, Jamie, I'm thinking of. That, if you've got web developers, they will love this. We have a customer that loves this because it's cheaper. They can scale up and down. We have one customer where we pause the service between 6:30 or 6 o'clock at night, and it doesn't get switched back on until 9 o'clock the next 8 o'clock the next morning, and it's all done by PowerShell automatically because they use that as currently as their development environment. Power BI Premium, yes. This is also a capacity license. So you're deciding, your company said, I'm going to buy the bus, and I'm going to say, you can go on, but you can't. Okay? They can decide who can use that bus. So the person coming onto the bus doesn't have to have a Power BI Pro license. You can securely share with anybody. I've kind of let that bag, oh dear. So, if you've got a workspace backed by a premium per capacity, don't ask me why. I'm talking from the service. Actually, I'm sure that's what it says in the service. If your workspace that contains the reports is backed by a premium per capacity, a P1, a P SKU, you can decide who can get into it. But they don't need a Power BI Pro license. So you can share with external customers. You get much bigger models. With premium per user, it's 100 gigabytes. With premium, it's 400 gigabytes. If you're at that stage, my goodness, I want to see the model you're playing with. That's just amazing. You get 48 refreshes a day. With Pro, you only get 8. SSRS, XML endpoints, read-write, machine learning services. You also get multi-geo deployment management. So if you're just a massive company and you have somebody in the States and somebody in Japan, somebody in the UK, you actually decide where your data goes and you manage it from premium. I've yet to find a client that wants to use that. That'd be great if I could. You also get something called auto-scale add-on availability. Has anyone worked in finance? Anyone worked with finance departments? End of year, end of month. Oh, we have to have. Oh, I can't wait. So you've used up all your capacity. You can actually scale out. There is the ability to I think they describe it as bursting. But you do pay for it. But that little bit of capacity you need to get the end of year reports done, that is available. Okay? You also have, let's make sure I get this, bring your own key. There are some organizations that don't trust Microsoft. I've heard about Microsoft data centers getting into them. It's just like, whoa, really? So what you can do is you can bring your own encryption key and you can encrypt your own data in the service so that even Microsoft cannot get hold of it, cannot even access it. The downside is if you lose the key, well, you know what I'm saying. Now, if you're lucky enough to have SSRS running on-premise, this gives you a key that will allow you to host Power BI reports on an SSRS instance. Okay, it'll upgrade it. So it's a bit like, I'm not quite sure how to describe this. Okay, so you've got SSRS running. You install this bit of software. This software will allow you to upload Power BI reports so you can have them just on your on-premise server. Why would you want to do that if you've got Power BI Premium in the clouds? I can think of maybe 1 or 2 edge cases, but this might be important. I'm trying to think, oh yeah, there was one client where that was important. Yeah. Okay, so that's nice. What are the downsides of Power BI Premium, as far as I'm concerned? Well, yeah, the price. Yeah, that's not cheap. And I'll be honest with you, I was speaking to a lot of clients and I was saying, right, P1 SKU can do this, this, and this, and by the way, it costs. And they were like, that's wonderful, thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving me that information. We'll have a think about it and maybe get back to you. I'm still waiting. What's it good for? If you are a big organization, you need to share reports externally, you've got a lot of users, that is the tool. That, however, is probably out of scope in terms of budget for probably most people here. Surprisingly enough, I was speaking to a client the other day, and a partner of the business went out and bought a P1 SKU. Didn't tell IT, just went, we'll go and buy it. I was like, oh yeah, this is good, come and talk to me. I'll tell you all the exciting things you can do. Now, even I'm scaring myself. You are no doubt thinking, you're probably thinking in your head, well, if I want to share Power BI reports with someone externally, the choices I have are Microsoft, 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 or possibly Microsoft. There's only one way to do it. No. I was quite surprised. There are ways of sharing Power BI reports without using well, you have to use some of the technology. Now, my granny had a saying, my mum has a saying, says, "Call canny." What does that mean in English? It means be careful, be aware, think about what you're doing next. So I'm going to do something silly, she says, well, be canny, be aware of what you're doing. So I'm going to show you some things, and I'm going to show you my research. I encourage you to do your own research, okay? So I was sitting in my previous company, and I got an email in from a company called DevScope I've been looking at for something called Power BI Tiles. It's actually a really good product. And I emailed in, they said, would you like to share Power BI reports with your external customers? We now have Power BI Portal. And I was like, hang on a second, no. The only way you can share reports to external customers is if you go buy a Microsoft product. And I said, well, actually, we'll give you a portal or a web page. You can customize for yourself, make it look like your own. Now, the other thing they said when I was chatting through to them, they says, well, talking about the A SKU, because you buy an A SKU as part of this. Now, I'm sure if you came in here, you'll notice the lights were actually dark out there, because this is a PIR. You don't leave the lights on in your office 24/7, 365, just in case Jim from accounts wants to come in at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning to finish the end of year reports. Well, you've got a light switch or a PIR. So if it's not on, you don't pay for it. They have the ability built into the Power BI portal, and by the way, we've got another product that's very similar, that will pause the A SKU if nobody is using it. And I thought that's quite dinky. You can securely share with anyone. And now you're asking me, well, how much does it cost? Well, let's look at the components. And these are the components you need to purchase. Okay? So there's 4 components required. And speak to DevScope, they'll explain all of this. You purchase a Power BI portal. This is still a current price. It's in euros. Excuse me. I've converted it to pounds. And when I did the calculations, this is what I came up with. So, my calculations say that based on the assumptions I made, which may not be applicable, may not be for your organization, if I was running, say, 10 hours a day, Monday to Friday, service, does your service never paused and you pause the A SKU, it will cost you half of what a P1 SKU will. But you can effectively do similar things. If it's a key that you have to share reports, this is a possibility. Now, there are probably people in the audience, probably half of you are going like, yeah, right, aye, good, he's at it. As we say in Glasgow, that means I don't believe you. Well, let's look at the numbers. What are my assumptions? Well, it's running 52 days, so number of working days per month. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to quite a little faster here. 22 working days per month. You can check my figures. The slide deck's up on the SharePoint portal. Monthly cost. I checked these this morning. I think they are bang on. There is an Azure calculator. Please double check and speak to DevScope. So here's how I arrived at those figures. It may vary for your organization. But is this worthwhile looking at? I think it's worthwhile considering. There's a lovely gentleman in Australia called Matt Allington, and he feels the same way as me. Microsoft is not offering a solution to SMEs to share their reports externally. And here's his web blog about it. So it's not just me feeling this way. And I think about a year ago, Matt tweeted out about a new service he's sharing called powershare.com. So I emailed Matt and said, look, I want to speak about this. What are the details? And he said, $2,000 setup, one-off payment, £2 per named user per login per month. That's an annual cost. If you want to pause the service, you'll have to set up require one Power BI Pro license. Also, if you want to start and stop the capacity, the small cost of about $20 a month. This is another possibility. Microsoft know about this. It's just using Microsoft tools in a different way. There is a new company that I haven't had a chance to speak to, reportinghub.com. Same principle as DevScope. White labeled portal. These are the prices Not 100% sure, so I haven't had a chance to contact them. I suspect you'll probably have to add in some other additional Azure services. But it's cheaper on a P1 SKU. If your goal is to share externally, this is worthwhile researching. Now, we've got 7 minutes left. Okay. You're probably falling asleep at this point. This is not a riveting subject. I understand that. I spent hours looking at this stuff. I know how boring it is. So some of you might not have, might have fallen asleep at this point and thought, oh God, no. Is he still talking? No. Is he shut up yet? So in conclusion, I just want to repeat what I've talked about. So there are two types of license. There is the personal license that's given to an individual. That's the free license from Microsoft. Yes, they do give away things for free. And I didn't talk about the Power BI visuals. Yes, I did. That's good. I'm glad I covered that. And I think it's amazing what they actually do give away for free. But what they'll do is they'll give you a little bit. And they'll say, right, okay, you want some more? I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. And you get hooked. Well, I got hooked. Power BI Pro license, just fantastic. That allows you to share reports securely if the other person has a Power BI Pro license. Yeah, I was about to rant there. I suppose I could rant. There was a time in the past where Microsoft actually, if you had a Pro license, you could share with free users. But they locked that one down rather quickly for obvious reasons. A bit grumpy that day, I have to say. Power BI Premium per user. If you want to check as a developer, could I do this? Your boss come saying, you need to tell me if this is possible. Well, hang on a second, I'll go and check, see if it's possible using Premium. Before you shell out £45,000 per annum, sorry, £4,500 per month. Oh, I can't remember. A lot of money, essentially. You can check, okay? You can check if it's possible. Capacity licenses. This is great if your organization wants to be able to share reports internally using an embedded, no, it's embedding, the EM SKU. So you can share it internally. That's great. Or you can embed it into SharePoint Online or to Teams. Now, if you've got a web developers are amazing. May not like very good SQL, but hey ho, that's fine. Sorry, Jamie, I couldn't resist that. This is an amazing product. One of our clients is using this right now to share with several hundred customers in their web portal. It looks, you log in, it looks exactly like the rest of the portal, but I know it's Power BI underneath, because I was one of the people that helped build the Power BI reports. Power BI Premium is just amazing if you have the budget, okay? It's not cheap. However, it's not just Microsoft that will allow you to be able to share reports. There are third-party options. It does require you to think outside the box, to think in a different way. So DevScope, I had a conversation with them. They're lovely. I really enjoyed the conversation. That's where I got all my details from. PowerBIShare.com, possibly maybe a smaller company, this may be worthwhile looking at. I would maybe contact them, email them, ask them, is it possible? I don't know what your budgets are, that's the only thing. The Reporting Hub, again, another white label tool. It allows you to create a portal that looks like your company portal, that you've created it, but you can share reports externally. Obviously, there's going to be some caveats there. Speak to them, find out what the ins and outs are. Okay? What do I like about the last three options? It puts you in the driving seat. You're the one making decisions. No longer should I use that SKU or that feature or that service from Microsoft. There are other options. Microsoft have made these tools available. Why not use them? Okay? This is not the most exciting subject. I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm not interested in whether you take up these options. I just like talking about Power BI licensing. Seriously, I do. It's rather strange that my boss puts me in the customer and says, go and talk about Power BI licensing. I'm like, oh yeah. So have a conversation with me. Contact me. I am delighted to talk about it. There's all sorts of ins and outs, reasons why you might want to use some reason to use something else. Feel free to talk to me. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight to speak to you this afternoon. I've got 3 minutes left. In those 3 minutes, I want to say thank you so much to the sponsors. The sponsors make it possible for me to talk about Power BI licensing. It's great. I actually enjoy this. And make sure you go and have a chat to all the sponsors in the stands. Just say hello. If you sign up for their mailing list, well, you can always unsubscribe next week, but they don't know. It'll make the conference organisers really happy because they'll go, oh, we got 1,000 people added to our list at Scottish Summit. We need to come back next year. The fact that you unsubscribe next month, hey, I didn't say it. Well, actually, it's recorded, but hey, I'm sure the sponsors already know that. Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask at this stage? Yes?
Just quickly, you mentioned that the E5 license comes with Pro.
Yes.
Is there an uplift to get from E5 to per user premium?
So the question is, just make sure I get it right. So the E5 license, the Office 365 E5 license has Power BI Pro built into it. Do you pay any more to get the premium per user account? The answer to that question is yes. Ask me why I know that, because I had to ask my company to do that. So I had an Office 365 E5 license, and I said, I want Power BI Premium per user because I need to go and check these features. Next question.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't go down the alternative of the non-Microsoft suppliers simply because of the liability.
Mm-hmm.
You report too often with people that have great ideas that just don't stick around, and if you're really doing a major project, you're looking not at support now in a year's time, you're looking at support in 5 years out.
Absolutely.
That's my business work.
I agree. So the gentleman saying he would suggest maybe don't look at the third-party options because you're looking for a long-term relationship. I completely agree with that. I understand.
We're looking at whether I'll still be in
Yeah,
business.
sorry.
Business in 5 years.
Yeah, so
And what sort of, this sort of stuff becomes very business critical. And
Yep.
you're then all of a sudden, you've got a serious business disruption.
Yes.
It just may not be worthwhile saving.
absolutely, absolutely. So as I said in my previous slide, be careful, stay safe. Go and do your research and make sure you're aware of all these options. So if you do go to a third-party company, they may go out of business. That's a risk, yes.
A thought. Does Microsoft make everyone pay retail? From what I understand, nobody pays retail for doing scale. Is this true? Or is in Power BI, are they really sticking to their guns? Have you seen them adjust?
The only time I've seen Microsoft adjust, so the question was, does Microsoft always expect the customer to pay retail? In my experience, I have absolutely no idea except one exception. So in one exception where I know for sure it's different, all the customers I've spoken to all use P1 SKUs and they pay retail, but I don't see the invoice, so I have no idea what they're paying. And trying to get pricing at Microsoft is, well, challenging.
If you go by CSP, then you get a lower price.
Sorry?
If you go by CSP, the licensing, then you have a lower price.
I'm going to speak to my boss because apparently we're a CSP. Yes?
Are there any big prices available?
Any what, sorry?
Not the profit prices.
Give that, if I had some chocolate bars, I would throw it down there, yes. We were working with a client who's a charity. They have to be, first of all, this is the UK, so there's all sorts of caveats here. I think they have to be a registered charity, and then they need to go and register with Microsoft, who say, are you a charity? And then apparently you have to go through some loops, hoops, and whatever to jump through. But yes, they're paying, I think they're just in the process of purchasing a P1 SKU, and I think it's 25%. I haven't seen the invoice, so I don't know. And I struggled. I had to go and speak to some Microsoft people from the CAT team, and the guys in the CAT team had to go and speak to Microsoft to find out if that was possible. So yes, you can get cheaper prices. There is possible, and that's why I say I can't go into all the detail. There's lots and lots of lovely detail. But anyway, I'm now 1 minute and 23 seconds over. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight. If you want to ask any other questions, I guess I'm not easy to miss, as you can see. Come and speak to me. Email me if you don't want to. Got amazing sessions going on. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your day. It's been an absolute delight and pleasure to speak to you.
I guess I'm talking to the many thousand viewers we have on live stream. All right, we're ready. All right, so thank you for the people attending my session on bringing a smile one GIF at a time, and I'll try to sort of talk you through this journey where I will be talking about some things that are more feelings than maybe technical things, and I'll try to make it a red thread throughout the whole thing, but it is a bit odd, a few things I do here, but hopefully you'll sort of see the end of where we're getting at. So, of course, first off, of course, the pointer would be great if it was turned on. There we go. Thank you to the sponsors. I'm supposed to name the sponsors, I guess. Yeah. So we have Microsoft, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs 42, PVC, AIS, and lots of names I've never really seen before. So we have Compnio, Cloud Thing, Experian, Incremental, DQ Global, ATEC, Tiski, and Squared Up. So everyone who's ever tried to do a community event before, trying to get a sponsor, that's hard stuff. The fact that so many people are here doing sponsorship is great. So anyway, about me. So I go by the name of Thomas Sanser, or online I might call myself the CRM Keeper. The reason for that is I used to be an ex-professional soccer player. I do daddle around a bit with soccer now and then also. It is more of what we call futsal, which I don't think many people know what it is. It's indoor soccer, so I play in the elite series in Norway for that. And I also do beach soccer for the national team. So it really sounds great being able to play for the national team in Norway. We also have one team in Norway. It happens to be the national team, right? So yeah, but I was supposed to enter a quote. I'm not really a quote person, so I didn't really know what to enter. So, but I've seen a lot of good quotes here. We'll get to that eventually. And yeah, so I've been working with what I call CRM since 2007. So my first certification would be CRM 3.0. I've never actually seen the legendary 1.2, but I'm sure it's there. So actually, for the many attendees of here today, I actually need you to get your phones up and do this. I need this to be filled out. High level of participation required. You can also go to that URL if you can't get the QR scanner to work, and it will also direct you to the form. It's a simple question. It's a singular question.
It's XR keepers, yeah.
And for the people attending here today, so we have a lineup of many awesome things. We have chocolates from Norway. We have, which has become more of a ridicule of the whole sort of gifts scenario. If anybody wants a yellow frisbee, of course the first prize of a frisbee, hello and welcome. If you want to participate in the competition, being able to win, just go onto that site and just answer that single question. You're going to be awarded pretty much something today. That's guaranteed you get something. And my special favorite is, of course, so we have this. We have a USB speaker for whoever wants that. We have a little USB hub. And we have, for anyone who likes Legos. So Bowser in Mario, this is Chinese Lego, so it's not official Lego. This is a 2,000-piece kit. It takes at least a week to produce, mostly because the instructions are also kind of Chinese. So you're going to be guessing, and it's a 3D build of Bowser. It took me around a week. I had a lot of fun. So this is a complete Bowser set here. So this is actually, I would say, the top prize, for anyone who loves building Legos. All right. So if anyone wants to, the URL there will get you there directly. And if you need to go, I'll have the URL in the bottom of all these slides also.
The URL didn't work.
Crap.
It worked for me.
It worked, but I don't see a question.
Dog and...
Oh.
Did I forget to do that in English? So it's probably Norwegian. Yeah.
Oh, is it the active this?
Yes. Yes. It's just a singular question. You just answer, and you just answer. Yeah. Did you get it? Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to go head on. So let's start off with the ultimate question that we need to get answered. GIF or GIF?
Do I have to leave?
GIF.
GIF.
GIF, because that's how the creator pronounced it.
GIF, G-I-F? J-I-F?
GIF.
GIF.
That's how the creator pronounced it.
I say GIF.
I'm going hands up GIF.
GIF.
I only need hands up GIF because at least, let my next slide have a GIF. I wasn't really sure, but I know, yeah. All right, so we'll do a GIF a day keeps the doctor away. I was considering doing this whole presentation GIFs only. I'm close, almost at GIFs only. So I'm going to talk about one of the things that is historically always been a big challenge. And I always talk about this because sales and CRM, they never go, it's like water and oil. And the reason is because the challenges that we've had since day one is that it's always being sort of a typical system you would go in to report. It's not something you feel that this is my tool. I'm looking forward to going to work tomorrow morning because I'm going to log onto my CRM and, oh, this is going to be cool, right? So we've always had that challenges with sales. And during the last few years, we noticed a difference in our organization. So I'm going to talk about what we did in our organization to try to regain some type of motivation. And I'm going to bring it a bit here and there, okay? But we all remember some words about gamification. So the general gist of gamification is that most commonly used in teams to boost motivation, which in turn boosts performance and increases revenue. It's all about, when you talk about salespeople, they always want to be happy. They want to come to work and they want to get recognition for what they're doing. That's very important for salespeople. And for some, I'd say, yeah, cover for money. But some type of recognition for the hard work they're doing. And salespeople, they do the stuff we don't want to do. They actually have to pick up the call to the customer and talk about the boring stuff because we want to deliver the technology. And some of you might even remember this great product. Once upon a time, there was a gamification in Dynamics. This was really popular for some. I never actually got to try it, but I kind of wanted to, but now it's sunset now, so it's historical. But anyway, the whole intention of a gamification product like this is to try to get competition going, because competition within sales is important. And so what we were noticing during COVID is what I call it, dispersed workers lead to lack of team feeling. Okay, so what we were seeing in the beginning of COVID is everyone being working from home, meaning that everyone has a different way of seeing work day to day. They might have things going on at home that we didn't know about. Kids basically at home, not in kindergarten, that was tough for many people. Because you were trying to be on a computer with 2 kids on your head or something like that. There were so many different scenarios that just didn't really work out. And the fact that people are not in office space physically, when we didn't have training on how to be in teams, also ended up with a situation where they're working in every direction they can. They're trying to figure out what they can do. And it's hard. And we're definitely not pulling in the same direction. But everything hit the fan once this person finally acknowledged that COVID was nothing until he said it was a worldwide pandemic. I think the term pandemic happens to be worldwide, but but the point is that's when really, COVID really hit us hard. And one thing I'm pretty sure we can agree on, whether or not you are a salesperson, slick guy, cool, funky, or if you represent the other parts, be more of a we sell ERP. One thing that I'm pretty sure that we can all agree on is this right here. Even though this is from Wolf of Wall Street, this represents a culture. Being at the company, you just made a good sale. You're getting a high five from someone. It's a mentality of being in sales. There is a culture around this. This is gone during COVID. You close the opportunity. Let's just be honest about it. You close an opportunity in CRM, it does nothing. I was kind of hoping at least something would pop up on the screen. We have a Norwegian competitor that actually has like a ching-ching sound, and also has a toilet flushing when you lose. But the point is, so they make some fun about it, right? And we have nothing. You click a button, there's no response. Nothing happens. And that's kind of like, this is what you want. You want your boss to say, hey, that boy, good job, man. And so during COVID, I'm pretty sure that we can all relate somehow to the initial states of where we were, right? A working day turned out to be quite different. We didn't really know what we were doing in the beginning. We're trying to answer the team's calls, and we're trying to do our work, and eventually we might, have a little noon naps and stuff like that. Some do things differently. But here comes this thing, the teams. So it took me a few years, actually. I would say at least maybe 2 years from the original release of Teams to understand that it was not Skype. The Teams has never been about just chat. It's been about a lot more. But it took me a long time before I actually really understood this stuff. And when this man then comes out and talks about Teams as a platform, that's kind of when my eyes started opening up. Like, what does he really mean by platform? What are we really talking about here? And of course, whenever this guy says, I mean, we all have different gods here. Some have some Christian, some might have some Muslim stuff, and that, but we all say that whatever he says, this is facts. This is our God when we talk in Microsoft terms, right? So if we look at the sort of thing of Teams plus Dynamics, we're talking about a Teams integration and Teams chat, and that was at this time, during COVID, this was new, the Teams chat functionality. So we already had the capability of embedding a view in CRM, and we could also embed a record in CRM. In Teams. This was fine. But new things that we were also getting during COVID, and I would say they accelerated a lot because Teams becoming such an important platform, is that we suddenly saw things like chats, right? So chat's now even been talked about today, it's still in preview. It's not general availability yet. Being able to do chat dialogues from CRM into Teams. And we also have now the capabilities of actually doing calling directly from CRM via Teams to people. So all of this stuff works actually quite well. I'm going to release a video on my blog actually showcasing this next week. It's really fun. I mean, it's got everything you kind of need. It's got the transcripts, and it works in Norwegian. It's got sentiment analysis. It's cool. And we also got the option of embedding within a Teams Teams meeting. We could also do contextual dynamics information. But here, why am I kind of talking about this? Okay, a GIF a day, but now it's like the GIF. Because I was trying to figure out how can I get the salespeople back. How can I make them have a better time at work now that we're actually not physically at work? So I was thinking, GIFs. I like GIFs. They're fun. So how can I do something with GIFs with CRM? And the idea was, when we closed the opportunity, what can I do to boost morale? So if you never looked at an adaptive card, this is an adaptive card. Adaptive cards are fun because you can do many things about them. Of course, you can just post it out into Teams or any other channel. You can do Power Virtual Agents. I mean, adaptive cards can go so many places. But they can also do responses. This is kind of why adaptive cards is a new way of thinking of interacting with data. But adaptive cards could possibly do something more. And that's when I got into this. First of all, I had to understand what an adaptive card could do within configuration. I'd never done that before. So it's a great URL here if you've not seen that before, and you can just open this and you can get into the adaptive card designer. And now we're in the sort of funny thing. It's like, this is just kind of looks like a Canvas app. It starts out with nothing. You can start dragging boxes in here and you can start writing. And it's pretty much anyone can do this. We say that a lot about technology. Anyone can do these things. This is a local, right? Anyone can do it. Well, what it spits out here is the card payload editor. The one we see at the bottom left here. This is what we see after you've constructed an adaptive card. But what more could we add to this adaptive card? Yeah, so just an example. If you want to see different examples of adaptive cards, you go in here and you can click on the examples. They have lots of cool stuff. You can start out with a theme before you go for it. But anyway, what I was saying, this whole low-code, no-code thing, which is kind of an interesting discussion. I'm seeing more code now than ever, and we're calling it low-code. I don't know why. Everyone happens to be like a coder now. But does it mean low-code? I mean, I just feel like I'm doing more code now than ever, but I'm kind of inserting code into framework. That's a big difference. I don't build it ground up because I don't do ground up. But there's some framework they're expecting some code, and I can generate that code, and then it will work. So then I looked into this API from a company called Giphy. And this is probably something you're already using within some Facebook or chat or any other Teams chat. I don't know. I mean, Giphy is used a lot of places. And so Giphy, you can create your own key for free and start getting GIFs if you ask it for an API. So if you don't know what an API is, it's basically a conversation. You ask it and it will respond. That's put very easily. I'm sure developers will say other things, but it's a conversation in IT. And so my idea was, what if I do something about it when the opportunity is won, I then pick up the opportunity. And I probably could have done this in a single query, and I'm sure. Just don't. There's some things about the Dataverse connector I think should be better also. I get the account, I get the product, and I get the owner. But what do I do with that? Well, I also do the next thing, and this is kind of the funny thing, because I can't do development, but suddenly I have this action Power Automate that says get to this Giphy API. And I have at the end there, I set a tag equals win. That means I want something back that has a category of win. And that's pretty cool. At this point, I was happy. This is funky, right? I'm doing something, and I'm calling an API. And I was never able to do that before Power Automate. I had no idea how to call an API. I'd never done that. I can do JavaScripting in Dynamics, but that's it. I mean, that's basically just hide shows of fields and stuff like that, right? But then, oh crap. The response. What am I supposed to do with this stuff, right? As a developer, you're thinking, well, I'm just going to parse through that. Well, as a non-developer, what the fuck does parsing mean? I don't know, right? I know that I need that thing, the image URL there, I need that. But how do I get to that? Do I just say, like, go 504 characters out and just pick up whatever comes out? Well, luckily, again, this is where it was kind of cool because I learned this. Power Automate has a parse generate from sample. So again, no nothing. I just, boop, put all of it in there, and it just beautified everything for me. Again, okay, cool. Can I say, kind of did a code thing? Ish developer? Small time? So anyway, next thing then was bringing in the adaptive card. Because I was trying to think, well, can I do something about this GIF? Now I have GIF and I have adaptive card. I created adaptive card. So I tried just actually entering the URL I got back in the adaptive card. And the results, a win alert. So what I did then was actually posting in the Teams channel for general for the whole company. I started out with sales first, but then it went over to the whole company. So whenever they win an opportunity, I get a random win GIF. These are actually quite funny, a lot of them. And they just, simple things saying what we have won, who we won, so the whole organization is now a part of everything we win. We thumbs up, likes, and hearts and everything. And it's a simple thing. This does not take long to code. When you know what to do, this would take you 10 minutes. I even blogged about it. 10 minutes, you're done. You got it in your organization. And I even had one case. This is Norwegian. So the Swedes might know this, right? I got, what it says here in Norwegian is basically saying what happened to the flow. Because at some point they updated their APIs and I wasn't aware of that. And it didn't work. So he had to close the sales deal. He was getting pissed at me because he didn't get his GIF up. So that was kind of cool, because that's, you don't always deliver IT solutions that you know that users are actually using. But when you get that feedback, I was happy that it wasn't working, because he was using it. He was expecting it. And so, kind of getting back to the end of this talk here. So after COVID, things are not going to be the same. We are probably not the same that we were. We have all changed somehow. And getting back to work will also be, we were really seeing that. It was definitely different, right? The first weeks back to work was odd. They still are a bit odd. But one thing I think we just need to recognize is that things have become different, and we all need to respect the fact that some people like being at work, some people are introverts, some are extroverts, and we just need to sort of take care of people in whatever way we're actually getting back. And so, the end here, the winner, the real MVP. And so so right now we have way too many MVPs here. If there weren't that many MVPs here, I was going to have a little talk about really what MVPs are. But that's also the reason why I had you guys write something about doing something good in the beginning. Because we all know that being an MVP is quite odd. We use tons and tons of hours trying to do good for others, building others up, and giving others tools to succeed. As a thank you for that, we get a Frisbee. Thank you for the Frisbee, Microsoft.
That's a cool way of disposing of that Frisbee that we got. I tried to give it to my kids, but I'm not going to get it.
It's turned into a boomerang. It came out to you, and now it's going back.
Yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to sort of get out of this, of course, is just to sort of highlight the importance of doing good things for others. And So that's what we're going to go into, and how we're going to do it now, because I have different presidents here, and for the MVPs, you don't want the MVP stuff, you can pick whatever. I'm going to pick my top picks. I'm going to go, first off, we're going to do this. We're going to, of course, say thank you for the sponsors, because that was it. We can hold off the amazing clap for afterwards, right? After we can do claps for everyone who wins a prize here. But again, thank you to the sponsors, and these sponsors. And so, because I'm just going to disconnect this now, and I'm going to say who wins the different ones. So, I'm just going to go into our form and check my responses, and please say that I have 7 responses. Awesome. All right, so.
Someone wrote, I bought for a beer or something.
All right, I'm going to do this one. I gave my stepdad a Father's Day card for the first time in 13 years. My dad, okay. Okay, I'll stop for the rest of it, but I gave my dad a card for the first time in 13 years. Who wrote that? You get to choose whatever you want. I'm sorry if I said that this last part was just a little too sad, if that's okay not to read.
It's fine.
Yeah?
My dad died, it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
It was like 9 years ago.
Yeah, you get to choose whatever you want here. And please, you can also take more things here. Okay, so this is a USB speaker.
Okay.
This is chocolate. This is Lego if you want Legos. You can take more things if you want to that we have. All right, I gave a hug. That's nice. Who gave a hug? Auntie, what do you want? Do you want chocolate? Do you want Legos?
Did someone really want this? I want to give this to my kid.
Yeah?
Because he already has the frisbee. Oh, just one of these, I guess.
No, that's the whole thing. It's a 2,000-piece set. This
it is?
This is hard. Jeez. This is not for a tiny kid. This is a grown-up Lego. You're going to have fun. Trust me, it'll be fun. All right. I'm going to the non-MVPs here. Does anyone want some chocolate? Want chocolate? I don't know. Yeah, are you an MVP? No? You want chocolate? Yeah, but do you want chocolate? Yeah.
And my nice thing was to support the other first-time speakers from my company that are here. So nice.
Yeah, but have some chocolate. All right. So I'm guessing since the rest here, if anybody wants this, come take it. What is that? It's a USB hub. If you want it, it is yours. But for the rest of you guys, this is stuff that you already have, so I'm guessing that it doesn't really matter.
So you all have to pick something.
Well, anyway, so thank you so much for attending. I mean, it does mean a lot to me that you guys were here, all right? I really appreciate it.
Hello, welcome everyone on my talk, Blazing Accessibility Basics, here at Scottish Summit. Welcome all for coming to this talk. That means that you have interested in accessibility and or in Blazor and or in me. So at least one of those, and it's good. I hope you have at least interest in accessibility and in Blazor. I'm very happy to speak here today. First of all, I want to thank the sponsor of this event. Is due to the sponsors like Microsoft, Proximo 3, PwC, IAS, H2O, HSO, Docs 42, that such big events can happen and that such events can be for free for the audience, that we can reach more people using technology and even using technology for the better. Also, I want to thank all the other sponsors. I'm not going to read them right now. I don't read them right out in this slide, but let's start with introducing what the session is about, what's the agenda, and who I am, and why am I coming talking about this stuff today. So, the intro is here. I'm going to talk about what is accessibility and inclusion, and why should you build for accessibility and inclusion. One of the accessibility principles are the core principles, and this comes from perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And of course, after explaining the accessibility and the core principles, I'm going to show you how to implement them, all of those, in a Blazor application. And then it's time to wrap up this talk and time for questions and answers. And thank you for being here. So I'm Denis de Klerk, and I'm president and founder of the DSoft, a non-profit in Belgium. And we really connect the IT industry and the social industry. So how we do it, we do IT consultancy and IT expertise for the social industry and social expertise like co-workers on the autism spectrum or implementing accessibility for IT companies who are not doing it right now, helping them, so for the IT industry. I'm a Microsoft MVP, and I'm really, really proud of this. I also call myself Mr. Dreaming is Believing. It's the first time in that conference, so it's a pride that I really say Mr. Dreaming is Believing. I always say inventor of the hashtag Dreaming is Believing. Right now, we removed that it's Mr. Dreaming is Believing. I have a blog, I have Twitter, and I forgot to add my LinkedIn and my GitHub, but once you find me on Twitter, you'll find all the rest. So what is accessibility and inclusion? First of all, so what is accessibility? And accessibility is people with all needs, and these are the normal needs and the special needs, can access the internet, can access daily life activities, in fact, can access all areas. And even during the pandemic, it became more and more important that people realize that if sometimes they are not accessible, if the IT solutions, like the apps or the internet or the web apps, it's all part of the internet, is not accessible, people can get excluded from daily life even more than 5 years ago or 3 years ago. Give you an example, if there is a government website allowing in a country what's allowed or not allowed due to COVID restrictions, if you are not able to watch the website due to a disability, or if there is an app needed or a web app showing you a certificate, is it testing or vaccination, or does it matter, but you can't use that app due to a disability, how can you access that physical place? So it's really sometimes frustrating seeing I'm doing my pledge for accessibility since 2017, and the digital world wasn't accessible for people with disabilities. It became better until 2019. The start of 2020, people got to realize the importance. And then COVID came. And accessibility wasn't the most important thing, unfortunately. I even saw websites from governments who are really inaccessible. And then you're saying, I don't understand that. And if I talk about accessibility and inclusion, and especially if I talk about at a Microsoft Technology conference, or using a Microsoft technology like Blazor, I want to touch on Microsoft inclusive design. And I really have a whole document, even several documents that you can go to the URI, https Microsoft/design/inclusive. And they are really saying the following. Inclusive design is a methodology born out of digital environments that enables on the full range of human diversity. Most importantly, this means including and learning from people with a range of perspectives. And following the Microsoft Inclusive Guidelines, you should recognize exclusion, solve for one, extend to many, and learn from diversity. And I really love how they're working with the persona spectrum. So the next slide, I tell a bit about the persona spectrum. And they are using 4 categories: touch, see, hear, and speak. And then you have permanent, temporary, and situational. For example, seeing, you can be a blind person, or you can be an older person suffering cataract, or even not old. You can have laryngitis, or you can be completely non-verbal. I want to add to that category, so that is the official category. If I should make that table or this guideline myself, I should also add intellectual or cognitive. There are people who are a very hard time suffering depression or anxiety and are completely blocked. And there are people having a learning disability. For example, with the IQ below the 90. But that people also need to participate or need to be able to participate in life. Because Place is about websites or web apps, I really need also to include the WCAG, and these are the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And that is developed through the W3C process, that is the Web Accessibility Initiative Y. In cooperation with individuals, organizations around the world, with the goal of providing a single shared standard for web content accessibility that meets the needs of individuals, organizations, and governments internationally. And they are working with the POUR principles that you will see later on this talk. So, we had the Microsoft Inclusive Design Guidelines, we have the WCAG. If you comply to the Microsoft Inclusive Design Lines, you know most of the time you also already comply to the WCAG, and if you really check you comply for both, yeah, then you are doing great work. But if you make accessible apps or accessible web apps, another thing what's really important is test those apps. And Microsoft really has great tools. These are the Microsoft Accessibility Guidelines. You can plug it into Edge, you can do it into Chrome, and there's even a whole system to do it in your CI/CD system, so continuous integration and continuous deployment, like Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions. And let's give a demo about the Microsoft Accessibility Insight. So this is a talk with a lot of demos. I don't always know, do I need to add for the demo label beginner or label intermediate or advanced? Most of the time I do beginner if the code really is not complex. And I'm a developer, I want to play with code. And if I go to talk about code, I want to see code. So, and then people are saying, the demos is level intermediate, but it's really simple things I'm going to show. There will no rocket science here. There will all be some very basic concepts. So, and the first trick that I'm going to do, I have 2 versions of Microsoft Edge. I'm just going to copy fastly this URI and copy this just to my other Edge with all my extensions installed. I'm going to paste this. So it's a local host. That's the version of Edge with all my extensions. And here we have the Microsoft. Could you see it? Oh my God. Why aren't you saying this? Okay, good. Okay. Okay, you see it. So it's already the right version of Edge. And here you have the plugin Accessibility Insights. I just click this. And we are going to do a fast pass. And of course, you see 0 failed instances because I built it already accessible. The application is also, I'm going to show working code. It's not that we're going to make an accessible site from an inaccessible site. That should be very intermediate, by example. I click on talks. Oh, no talks found. But I have no connection anymore. Great. I just run it again. There. No stress. I think accidentally I pressed the stop running. But switching screens, yeah, and then of course it's not working. Okay, it's running again. Doing this here, okay. I Control V, stop. It's loading. And I'm going to talks. And I have talks. And here the talks page, I'm doing again accessibility checking. Fast pass. It works, but now I'm going to show you how to debug the tab stops. Later in this talk, we're going to talk about tabs and so, and you will see that you can also test this with the Microsoft Accessibility Insights for Web. So I clicked on tab stops, and now I press Visual Helper. I toggle this on. Then you see here the little circle, and now we can start to tap. So one, we have the website, next, next. Here, Scottish Summit, and we go press enter. If we want to test this again, we need to start this again up, but at this time we are not going to start it again. We are going to the next topic because it's only a 50-minute talk. And that was about testing for accessibility. Really important if you start building accessible apps that you can really test if they are really accessible, of course. So, let's continue right now on the core principles coming from the WCAG. And that means that the website should be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And let's specify those. Perceivable. Can everyone access the content on the website? Operable. Can everyone operate the website? Understandable. Can everyone understand the content on the website? Robust. Is your website robust? Is everything working well and fluid? And I don't know about you, but are there here non-native English speakers like me? I know there are, but they are on their device. I don't know if it's also for the other non-native English speakers, but for me, the difference between perceivable and understandable is really vague, honestly. So, by perceivable means that everyone can access the content on the website with different tools. Understandable means that everyone should be able to understand the content, so it's not the same. So, and we start with first one. How do we implement perceivable Blazor apps? First of all, again, a question for the audience. Has every one of you already played with Blazor? Some of you. I see heads. Okay. Is it okay for the other one that you just follow on accessibility? I don't have time to do a real extended talk into Blazor, but there are a lot of conferences, also recorded talks about the Blazor. But the basic Blazor is a Microsoft front-end technology for web application that you don't need JavaScript for people who don't like JavaScript. So start with perceivable, and that means one of the first specifications in the WCAG is text alternatives for non-text. And if you make Blazor applications, you need two types of code. Simply say it. You have more than two, but two important ones. You have your HTML and everything that belongs to it, for example, CSS. And you have your Blazor. That is most of the time your Blazor syntax. And that is a combination between C# and HTML, or F# and HTML, I don't know, between .NET and HTML. And some things you really need to do just in the HTML, and some things you really need to do in your C#, in your Blazor, in your model. So I did a separation. But if you make a Blazor application, everything comes to one application together, they melt it in each other. So in HTML, you need to provide alt text for images. Alt text are really important to perceive the text, for example, for people with screen readers. Otherwise, they only see an image. The screen reader said image, for example, image 123.jpg. What is the person doing with that? But of course, if you're Blazor, so for web applications, it's all about working with data and with data in a model. So to provide a great alternative text, alt text, maybe you should include the alt script in your model. For example, if you have a model with a lot of pictures, yeah, then the description should be in the model sometimes, or most of the time. Content can be presented in different way. Simple, use the right and the modern HTML5 standards. And use a modern UI framework that can be Bootstrap, that can be Tailwind CSS, but the modern ones. If you start a new Blazor application in .NET, it's Bootstrap, but you can change it. You can change everything in .NET. Fonts and clear fonts. Be sure that the text is big enough for people. Really something simple to say, but not for everyone simple. Use the standards. How many of you are doing consultancy and having customer asking quite of a special font made by a special designer, and it's not accessible. It's not working everywhere and not on each device, and especially not for the accessibility tools. Tell them, learn them to use the variety of standard web fonts. It's so much better than spending all the money on a specific font that doesn't work for everyone. So sometimes really making accessibility is not difficult. Sometimes there are some more difficult things to keep in mind, but most of the time it's just really simple. Use the standards. Not that difficult, but really important. Color is not the only way for conveying information. For example, if I use error messages, I always use an asterisk for each item. It's also important that you show an exclamation mark in its danger, not only coloring something red, because if you have a color disability, if you have a deficiency on the color seeing spectrum, I learned it. I used the term color blindness, but I learned yesterday that you shouldn't say that. You should say a deficiency on the color seeing spectrum. Yeah, but then maybe you cannot see. But if there is an exclamation mark and an asterisk, there's already more chance that you see it. And use simple words as delete, confirm. Don't use only a red or a green button. What does it mean if you are colorblind? If you have a disability on the color spectrum deficiency. Because the red-green difficulty is one of the most of the people on that spectrum. So if you really follow the WCAG standard, your website should be resizable up to 400%. But you will see later in the demo, if you scroll into your Blazor application up to, it starts at 300%, the menu becomes invisible. You can, at least in Bootstrap. I didn't do it in Tailwind CSS, but I'm not a designer. I do research on accessibility, but I really want it as simple, stupid possible. So what you're doing, you can develop the whole new menu, but that's difficult work. Changing Bootstrap components, especially if you want to build something quick, simple, idea is adding also a food navigation. Then at least if the top menu is not visible, yeah, you have the food navigation. Also works. Here we add a lot of value for people who are, for example, having difficulties with seeing without doing a lot of development. Maybe nothing, nearly nothing. Images are resizable. Use bigger images than your CSS layout. What I mean? You need to add in your website, you want to add an images of, for example, 200 times 150 pixels. Don't upload 300 times 150 that you want to show. Do it triple. 900 times 450. But show it during with your CSS code to 300 times 150. If you do that, Then, if people resize, it will have quality, enough quality, the quality that is needed. And it's demo time. Also, always nice. So, I'm going to spin up my application, and this was the Joe. And I'm going to show a few things, of course. I start with, I'm not going to talk about the whole structure of the application. I'm going to show you my model, by example. In my models, you have a talk. Just a simple model. And here you see, I have the picture. It's URI, so the picture is just on a Azure storage. But you also have, so the picture of the first slide is the first slide URI. But you also have your first slide alt. Then, if you show the picture as you saw, you can add also the alt in that. Really important. What I also want to show is in your application. So we have here our, I need to go to the shared folder. So here we have the shared, the shared. In my shared folder, I have the food nav. It's just a component with the same menu as in the top menu, but a bit different view. And then in my main layout, I added also that food nav. That's really important here. I'm going to spin the application up again. And we're going to scroll up more than 300%, so we need to scroll up until 400%. You see it, okay? I do Control plus, 120, 130, 100. Damn, it's gone. No worries. We are going to scroll down, and we are able to use the menu, the footing menu. So here, I go to scroll. If I'm going to inspect this, you will see that I have an alternative text. You saw in the model I have place for the alternative text. How did I see it? How did I implement it into the solution? This is a component, this is a talk component, so we are loading a list of talks in the model. So here we have the talk. It's a talk list item because it's a list of talks. Then we have the talk list item. And here we are so escaping. If you put the add in Blazor, you are escaping the HTML syntax, and you're going to talk to your model, to your C# model. So in the source of the image here, we have our talk.firstSlide URI, and we are adding the alt first slide. It's not always needed to do that. It's always needed to have alt text, but you don't always need it in the model. I'll give you an example. We're going back to here by now. And we have here the event. For example, here we have Blazing Accessibility Basics in Scotland. So I'm going to touch here. Again, there is an alternative text. Here is the alternative text. But I added in the alternative text Scottish Summit's logo. So what they did, and the event, so Scottish Summit is an event. And the event, I add the logo URI, but I didn't add the logo URI alt. what did I did here in my event component, in my components, talk list event item, I just saying source event.logo URI. So with the add, so we are going to the model, escaping the HTML. And with the alt, we are going to the model, escaping the HTML, and event.name, we go back to the HTML just with the space, you go back to it, and then you add, here I add apostrophe logo. It's the same alt, and for that it's more than enough. So that's what I showed here. So let's say our apps are at this time perceivable. They also need to be operable, as I said. How do I do this? Functionality is available from a keyboard. So I already saw that we tested it with accessibility inside. But to develop it, it's very important that you have a good structure, so that you structure your document, your HTML pages, with the use of headings. And be aware of a good structure. In Blazor, if you work with forms, and we're going to show also a form, I didn't show the form yet because I want to have surprises also in the demo. But if you want to work with a form, you use the edit form and the / edit form for your forms. And also be aware of the component, otherwise add the component, add the order and a tab order code. Users should have enough time to read and use the content. Avoid timers. Sometimes you can't avoid timers. For example, I'm a big fan of Rammstein. Don't mind what your music genre is. But if I want to buy a ticket for Rammstein and they're coming to Ostend in August, and I live close to Ostend, yeah. But they need a timer there because there are a lot of people wanting their tickets. And if I just start up my computer, log into the website, and let my computer the whole day on, then I block everything. So that's our reason that you put a timer. Same for airlines. But so sometimes it's really needed, yeah, then it's needed. But just provide a button to extend the time, or even better, measure if the customer or the client who are working with application is still moving his mouse, is still working on the keyboard, is still on the website, then automatically extend. Also very important. Content does not cause seizures and physical reactions. For example, people on the epilepsy spectrum can have damages with strobe light and light effects. And even people with anxiety, so mental health spectrum, can have more anxiety if content, for example, is moving too fast. Or with and 1, 2, 3, no chance, you're going to miss the deal. If you have flashy content, turn it off by default. And provide a warning sentence before turning it on. And sometimes it's needed to have it and turn it on. For example, let's imagine you are building a website for a customer who has a discotheque. They don't want a business-looking website. They want something more catchy. But then be aware of what it can do. Users can easily navigate, find content, and determine where they are. It's a really easy thing here. HTML, just a good HTML5 usage and using breadcrumbs. Not that difficult. User can use different input modalities beyond the keyboard. Again, not that difficult. The web and the additional tools. By additional tools, I mean screen readers or the ease of access in Windows who are already built upon that. That's the most thing for you. If you are working with HTML5, the latest HTML5, I can imagine that the existing tools and the web are not doing it even good or are not doing it good anymore with really deprecated HTML versions of your website, so really important. Demo time. We are going to the comments right now. Here are some comments, and please leave a comment. I'm going to add my own. So here you see error messages. They are showing here with the asterisk. So you see it's not only the red color, and even at top I have the summary of the error messages. And I say, and I going to add a comment. And I'm going to use my dad, just for fun, with my own email address. Oh, yeah. I don't think he minds. We have a good relation. And then I'm just going to add comment. It will not work again. But maybe I'm saying I shouldn't answer in the place of my dad. So I just put cancel, the form is cleared. But I know he is proud. So here we have the comment is just a C# file. If you work with C#, you can add the error messages in your model with the component model, the data annotations. So you can add the right error messages, and I always advise to use an asterisk. Some people say it's not needed. I find it more accessible. And then we have in our components, we have a comment forum. In the comment forum, we add our validation messages, and we do everything with the edit form, as I said. So, and my comment page consists of the comment list, by just showing a comment list item, the same way of my talks for each comment. And a comment list item is just simply calling, is a comment empty, show no comments yet. And otherwise, again, just call the C# class. And then on our comments page, comments.wazer, I just have a simple division, so a grid and a division, so 2 columns. With a call span of 4, 8 and 4, showing the comments list and the comments form. And then a little bit of C#, gluing all the things together. It's also really important, as I said, to be aware of the right heading order. If you start a Blazor application standard, it always uses for the heading H2 or H3 if you start a new component. So here we have Blazor app 1. We have just index.0 with the H1 hello world, and then we have stuff, because we are doing stuff here, and this is our stuff component, so stuff.razor. And it's always H3 if you start the component. So if I add a new component here, add components, add component, And just I do it more. So Blazor component. More. Too much stuff here. You will see it's H3. But who knows that it's H3? Because if you run it right now, the top order, the heading order will not work anymore. Because on page 1 we have H1 with the page title, and then we have the stuff component with H3. Where is H2? So these are things that you really need to bear in mind. Also, not really complex, but you need to be aware of it. As you add component, without all about your headings, try to get the headings right. But it's more important than you think, especially for people with screen readers. Wrong headings is not okay. So here we have, you will see H1 Hello World and the H3 with some stuff. If we go to inspect this, H1, H3. So always be aware of that and just know that its new component is always adding H3 for no reason. I am working on other solution to demo this stuff, and from that solution that I'm going to show here, you will see how I worked on the, let's say, the menu, the heading order. So what I did here is I started making enough, a heading component, and that will potentially be one of the first really project that I'm going to publish on GitHub to use by the whole community, everyone in Blazor components. So what we have here, the whole application at this time doesn't matter. It's a bit of the same, but in Dutch, really for neighbors where I live with. I live with neighbors together with neighbors with some disabilities. And what I do here right now is, I have my heading component, that is heading.basic. And here I can switch between, with just some C# syntax, defining which heading I want or I need. And then in my page, by example here, talk list, I can use my heading type for my talk heading and my title heading. So here I have my heading of the list of talks, that is my title heading, I pass it through. And for each talk, I use my talk heading. And then if you see it right here in my whole page, by example, pages talks, pages future talks, for example, back to the future. So my page is future, my talk list as it is my title with here in that C#. My title heading is definitely clear H1, my title of my talk list, and then I have my talk heading is H2. So for me as a developer, if I look at the code, in developing mode, I already see my headings are okay. My headings are perfect, and I don't need to click into 3 components with subcomponents. I already see here the overview, the headings are okay. So hear me, you help yourself and you help others that you are sure that it is doing the right thing, that it is using the right headings. So our apps are perceivable, or apps are understandable. Operable, I mean. And now our apps also should be understandable, how we are doing this. That's one of the most easiest slides. So if I look and take off my talk, it's not a lot of time anymore, but now it are simple concepts. The text is readable and understandable. Use easy jargon. Use easy language. Try to avoid jargon is not needed. Try to avoid jargon as much as possible. Be descriptive in your error messages. So important. People don't want to see error 404 dralala. There's something internal operation error. And users don't know what it is. Content appears and operates in predictable ways. Make a good usage of HTML5 headings. Again, and be aware of the wrong headings in the standard Blazor components, as I showed you the demo before. Users are helped to avoid incorrect error messages. Correct mistakes, sorry. Oh my God. So here again, it's in my forums. Again, make a good use of HTML standards, HTML5 standards, and be aware of the standard components and just do everything right in your forums. With your edit form, with your error messages in your form, with your error messages in your model. But also here, if you really, as a developer, know that you are structuring the website in a good way, that is also good for the end user. Understandable. I showed already all these things. I am too fast. Robust. The content is compatible with the current and future users' tools. Here is a paradox. Do you like paradoxes? Tech has a lot of paradoxes and accessibility too. You need to update often, but you shouldn't update your application too often. I think if you update too often, users are very confused, especially if in updates there are UI updates or different way you find it a better way to present. But if you not update often enough, then you are even not good on the security standards anymore. So choose your battles. It is like a tech paradox. So no demo anymore. I only have 5 minutes and I want to have some Q&A. So you saw how we built poor web applications on the WCAG standards. You saw we started with the Microsoft Inclusive Design Lines. We started telling why you should make accessible apps, where you can base. I showed the links. I'm going to show you the slides afterwards. Then you have the links. And then we implemented these principles in our Blazor application. Thank you. Are there some questions? I try to provide some answers.
Somebody said earlier that Power Pages wasn't fully accessible. Is that right or wrong? I don't know.
Let's say I am here at Scottish Summit. There are developers using developer technologies, and there are people who are really doing the Power stuff. I'm not doing the Power stuff. I'm really building everything with code. I never played with the Power stuff. For me, that's the other silo of the tech stack. So. Other questions? Then I want to thank the sponsors again, and I want to thank you for coming to this talk.